Okay, you should be all set now.
All right, at 6:30, September 22nd, calling the meeting to order of Southborough Board of Selectmen. And I first have to read Governor Baker's order. Pursuant to Governor Baker's March 12, 2020 order, suspending certain provisions of the Open Meeting Law, General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 18, and the Governor's March 15, 2020 order imposing strict limitation on the number of people that may gather in one place, this meeting of the Southborough Board of Selectmen will be conducted via remote participation to the greatest extent possible. Specific information and the general guidelines for remote participation by members of the public and/or parties with a right and/or requirement to attend this meeting can be found on the Town of Southborough's website at www.southboroughtown.com. For this meeting, members of the public who wish to watch or participate in the meeting may do so in the following manner by finding the meeting at www.southboroughtown.com/remote meetings, one word. No in-person attendance of members of the public will be permitted, but every effort will be made to ensure that the public can adequately access the proceedings in real time via technological means. In the event that we are unable to do so, despite best efforts, we will post on Southborough's website an audio or video recording, transcript, or other comprehensive record of proceedings as soon as possible after the meeting. And with that, we are in order. All members of the board are present. Hi, everybody.
Good evening.
And our first item is public comment. I do not see any hands raised. Is that same as for you, Ms. Hale?
Correct.
Okay. And again, we'll have public comment later at the end of the meeting as well. Next up is schedule appointments. First one is Annie, and I apologize, Pfaff, if I pronounced it incorrectly. Proposed appointment to the Historical Commission. Ms. Pfaff, are you there?
I'm here. Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, terrific.
Perfect.
How are you?
I'm well, thanks. How are you?
I'm well, thanks. You got the entire board here.
Terrific.
Right off the bat, thank you for your willingness to volunteer for the town. For all volunteers, it's greatly appreciated. Took a quick look at your the form you filled out, and you seem like a very good fit for the Historical Commission. Do you want to give us a little bit of background, and then we'll start with Ms. Braccio for any questions or comments? How's that?
Yeah, sure. That sounds great. So I'm Annie Pfaff, for those of you whom I haven't had the pleasure of meeting yet. I've lived in Southborough for about 3 years now. And in that time, I've taken on, along with my husband, Andrew, a huge restoration of a historic property here in town, the J. Lowell House at 50 Oak Hill Road. And we are so happy to be the stewards of this property now. And I care so deeply about the town of Southborough, its past, its present, and its future. And I'm looking for an opportunity to get more involved with with our town. And, as you mentioned, Mr. Healy, this I think is a great fit for my background and my interest. And I'd love to be considered for the volunteer position.
All right, terrific. Ms. Braccio.
Good evening, Annie. Thank you for coming to the meeting, and thank you for stepping forward. I know that you're somewhat familiar with the Historical Commission. I believe your house was on the house tour for Christmas last year.
It was, yes.
Yep. Also, I'm just curious, have you had the opportunity to attend any meetings, or have you followed? Zoom has given us a whole another level of being able to participate. Have you watched any of the historical meetings?
So I have not watched any of the historical meetings, but I have looked at all of the agendas and the recent meeting minutes that have been posted online. In fact, that's what was, kind of inspired me to join. I saw that several months ago there was, a plug to try to recruit new members, and I felt it was something that I could offer and wanted to put my name out there.
Great. And just one other quick question. Is there anything, it's great that you've read the minutes and you've kind of got yourself up to date, but is there anything that you can think of maybe that you would like to see the commission work on? You know, as a new member, sometimes we bring fresh ideas or just a different perspective. Is there anything you bring that you might be interested in working with the commission on?
So right off the bat, I don't see, anything that I don't have an agenda to come in and try to make changes or, immediate suggestions. My style would be to, immerse myself in the existing work of the committee, learn from the other members, and, then evaluate whether there's, opportunities or new ideas that I could bring to, the table to add some benefit and value there.
Great. That's it for me. Annie, thank you very much. I look forward to supporting you.
Sure, thank you.
Ms. Malinowski.
Hi, Annie. Thanks for putting your name in on this one. We love to see new faces who haven't had an opportunity to volunteer on boards and committees in town. Lisa took all my questions, so I don't have any questions for you, but it sounds like you'll be a great fit, and it's always great to get someone who has an interest in the committee that's charges in front of you. So good luck with it, and welcome.
Thank you.
Mr. Shea.
Thank you. Annie, again, thank you for stepping forward, putting your name in for appointment to this commission. Just curious, as I read the activity form that you had submitted, where you said that you've known a number of historical homes in Massachusetts. I'm wondering if that has resulted in you having any other interactions with historical commissions in those other towns, and whether you have undertaken renovations similar to the home that you're in now in those other communities as well.
Sure. So yeah, as I mentioned on the activity form, I've renovated 3 historical homes. My first, along with my husband Andrew, the first one being an 1881 mansard Victorian in Malden, and the second one being a 1906 Victorian in Melrose. And so we undertook pretty much a full renovation of both of those properties. The Melrose property in particular was very dilapidated, and we were able to bring that back to life. It's something that's very important, to me and to Andrew as well. Just preserving not only the character of the town, but also the spirit of each individual property. In my house now, I think of all the family Christmases that have been celebrated in front of the fireplace, and all of the gatherings at the big dining room table. So it's just something that is very important to me. But in all of our experience, I wouldn't say that we've had to interface with different historical commissions in undertaking this work. So I don't have any comparable experiences there to bring.
Okay, thank you.
And Mr. Stivers.
Thank you, Annie. Good to meet you, and thanks also for volunteering here. My colleagues have asked my questions, so I'm in pretty good shape in terms of questions, but I can't resist putting in a plug. I don't know if you're aware, but we're coming up on a tricentennial, 1727, and we've talked about festivities that the town should sponsor for that. It seems to me the historical commission's in great position to actually play a key role in that, and I would urge you to keep that on your radar and work with the commission to find ways that we can appropriately celebrate what's a substantial event for any town, and particularly for us. So again, thank you, and I'm delighted to support you for this position.
Great. That sounds very exciting. So as you probably saw on my resume, I currently work at St. Mark's School, and I do a lot of work in event planning and communications, and the opportunity to be involved in that celebration for the town is really exciting to me.
Great, thank you.
Hey, Annie, back to Marty Healy. I won't take up any more of your time other than to echo everything that everyone has said about it's terrific to have folks volunteering. Most of the people on the Board of Selectmen started out that way. And it's, I think you're going to find it an awful lot of fun and rewarding. And Mr. Stivers is right. We have not grappled with the specifics yet, but 2027 is not that far away, and I expect that that yes, historical is going to play an important role, and we'll be coming to you folks pretty soon about sort of carving out and charting out that role for the 300-year celebration. So beyond that, is there a motion?
So move. Appoint Annie Pfaff to the Historical Commission, appointment through, what date was it?
6/30,
June 2023.
June 30, 2023.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Shea. Further discussion? No. All in favor? Ms. Braccio,
Aye.
Ms. Malinowski,
Aye.
Mr. Shea,
Aye.
Mr. Stivers,
Aye.
and Mr. Healy is aye. It's unanimous. Annie, congratulations and have fun.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much. Good evening.
All right, next up, Mr. Crandall is there waiting for us.
Hello.
Hi, Mr. Crandall. How are you? Marty Healy, I'm the chair. Nice to see you. Or
Yes.
Nice to see your name.
Nice to see you guys.
All right.
So
Well, your form indicated that you were interested in doing a number of different committees. The appointment that we're going to be talking about tonight is for the Recreation Commission. Aside from on your citizen activity form, focusing on your interest in recreation, and then I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Malinowski and start questions and comments with her.
okay. All right. Seth Crandall, I live on Oak Hill Road. I'm actually a fairly new resident to Southborough. I moved here with my wife in June of this year. We've been renting most of our lives, and we lived actually in the city for a good number of our time together. And just recently, we found out that she was pregnant early this year. So we thought it was a good time as any to, plant our roots in a town, and Southborough came up. We found our house. We loved it. And, we didn't even hesitate when we, looked at all the amenities that the town has to offer and put an offer in. And lo and behold, we are Southborough residents now. That's a little quick thing about how I became a Southborough resident. A little history about me. I'm originally from the Midwest. I'm from Minnesota, the land of 10,000 plus lakes. I went to school out here. That's how I met my wife. I then joined the Army for 4 years, and then moved back out here. And then I got my master's in public administration. And I'm now working at the town of Wayland as a management analyst. So that's how I kind of have a general knowledge of how towns work here in Massachusetts. It's interesting. I just actually went to my very first town meeting in Wayland, which was an experience. It was a very good experience. I really enjoyed it. They love their town meeting, and I'm looking forward to come to a town meeting here in Southborough and participate in that way. That being said, I also wanted to throw my hat in the ring and be more a part of the town here as well, and volunteer for a board. I put my name in for a couple of them because they all sounded interesting, but at the moment I just want to get my feet wet with one of them. So thank you for letting me come here and interview for the Recreation Commission.
Great. Well, God, there's a pretty long list of things to congratulate you for, but I think the most important is expecting. It sounds like your first child.
It is our first child.
Wow, that's pretty exciting. Terrific. I'm going to turn you over to Ms. Malinowski now.
Thank you. Welcome to Southborough. And again, congratulations on expecting your first child. That's very exciting. And Southborough is a great place to have children. So you made a great So one of my questions for you is, what specifically interests you about the Recreation Commission?
Well, when we first decided to move out here to Southborough, we took a number of drives around the town, and we were just kind of blown away at the number of facilities and fields that the town has. Like, and you go drive through any of the number of the schools, and there's just, you know, numbers of fields, and that kind of like piqued my interest about like how involved the town is when it comes to recreation and, you know, independent organizations running their sports as well as the schools, of course. And so that kind of piqued my interest, and then as well as being, you know, part of a young family, you know, starting a family and things of that sort, I want to get more involved in that way.
Okay. So recreation has a large number of projects that are sometimes CPC funded, approved through town meeting, and the commission is involved in the oversight along with the recreation director. Can you speak to any experience that you've had either in the town of Wayland or prior that would help with the management of that, or putting information together on any upcoming projects?
So in the town of Wayland, just recently, I've been, you know, responsible for creating and maintaining the entire warrant booklet. So it was kind of like tracking down all the commissioners, all the department managers and things of that sort, all the chairs of various committees, and making sure all their information was correct, to go into the articles of each warrant. So yeah, definitely I have some experience. I'm always welcome to get more experience and be on the other side of that as well. So yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you. I'm all done.
Great. Mr. Shea.
Thanks. Sorry. Thank you, Marty. So Seth, thank you for stepping forward and volunteering to serve on these committees. I did notice in your activity form that you work 1 to 2 nights a week. I'm wondering if that's flexible or is that a set schedule? And I'm just hoping that that wouldn't interfere with meetings that Recreation Commission has.
Yeah, so it's a very fluid schedule. It's been like that mainly because of COVID-19, the whole state of emergency. I'm responsible for, you know, creating and maintaining the meetings for the town of Wayland. They do it Zoom like you guys do.
Mhm.
And it's just kind of making sure that all the meetings are okay to get going for their meeting, and make sure that they, you know, go off without a hitch. And we kind of manage their public comment. So we do that, and then we're good to go. So, and like I said, it's very fluid at the moment. We're finding ways we're learning new ways to manage our meetings and things of that sort. So as of right now, it averages 2 nights a week, but no less than 1 night a week.
Okay. And you don't think that would conflict with meetings and participating in meetings with the Recreation Commission here?
I don't. One of the things that drew me to the the Recreation Commission was that they met once or twice a month at most. I'm not looking to meet more than that, like more than 2 to 3 times a month type of thing. So that's something that can be very flexible. I can definitely find the time in my work week to make that happen, especially, you know, if they're evening meetings and things of that sort.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thanks, Brian. Mr. Stivers.
Again, Seth, thanks for volunteering. I think you'll find Southborough a pretty interesting place. Also, as one who's spent some time in Minnesota, I'm sure that this is actually tropical relative to what you're used to. But that should be enjoyable. A couple of questions. One, do you have a recreation background in terms of coaching and youth sports kind of stuff in your background?
I do not. It's not to say that I'm not interested in doing something like that in the future. When my future children we just have one coming for right now. So that's all we're planning at the moment.
As far
But-
as you know.
As far as we know, yes, knock on all the wood. I'm definitely, it's always been something that I've been interested in doing, getting involved in youth sports and coaching and things of that sort. So it's not out of the question, but in terms of if I had any experience in the past, I have not.
Have you actually watched any of the Recreation Commission meetings or attended any of them?
I did watch part of the most recent one. I've looked at a couple of their previous agendas and previous minutes. I have reached out and talked with Jen Hansen, the chair. So I'm aware of what they do and
Okay,
the projects that they're responsible for and their various responsibilities.
good. Are there any things on your agenda in terms of things that you believe need more emphasis, less emphasis, et cetera? As you say, you drove around, looked at the facilities. Are there things that you say, wow, this is an important thing that the Rec Commission should be pushing hard for over the next 5 years or whatever the right time frame is?
Kind of to go off of the previous candidate that you guys had, I kind of want to just immerse myself in the Recreation Commission, make sure I understand its role fully before fully getting myself into pushing some kind of change. With that being said, when I was talking with the chair, she mentioned collaboration. They had recent collaboration with other departments, and I thought that was great. I think more collaboration is always the better. It is always good with various departments. And she talked about how they met with and worked with the library, things of that sort. I think if we can find more ways to do that with various other departments, I think the town would benefit from something like that.
Good. Okay, that's it for me. Thank you again for volunteering, and I think you'd make a great member of the Rec Commission.
Thank you.
Ms. Braccio.
Good evening. First, welcome to town. It's certainly a great community. As a past Midwesterner myself from Michigan, I welcome you here.
Thank
you. Basically, my questions have been asked. I know Ms. Malinowski kind of asked about your background in projects. I think you've given a great bunch of answers tonight. I appreciate it. I appreciate you stepping forward. And lastly, I will just thank you for your service to our country.
Thank
And I
you.
look forward to supporting you. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Hale pointed out that Ms. Hansen is in the audience, and Ms. Hansen, I'll raise your hand if you'd like to. She popped up. If you'd like to weigh in.
Hey guys.
Hi, Jen.
Hey. Yeah, like Seth mentioned, like we spoke and I filled him in on where our priorities are, what we're working on and stuff like that. And we had a very pleasant conversation. So, I mean, to jump ahead to what I'm sure you're going to ask me for my opinion or my thoughts, maybe. So to kind of cut to the chase, I think so actually the commission hasn't actually discussed this yet. I spoke to Seth, I think since our last meeting. And like I said, pleasant conversation, seems like a great addition to our town. I think my question maybe to the Board of Selectmen is kind of evaluating where our commission is at today and what do we need for the future to be successful. So like no questions that he could be a great addition to the team and has a lot of energy. Maybe a little bit to Chelsea's questions. I do see that our commission is actually made up a lot of volunteers, very similar background to Mr. Crandall. And I just wonder if we actually really would benefit by finding someone that has some explicit direct experience where we could benefit from. So that would just be my only question, knowing that also that this seat did just become open. So wondering if there's any opportunity to maybe more actively, sorry, can you guys hear me still? Yes, okay. Wondering if there's an opportunity to more actively go and search and see who we could find to join the commission to potentially bring some more deeper expertise in recreation that we might not have on the commission. So that would be my only question to the board, kind of looking to see as you guys are staffing this commission, what you're looking for.
Jen, I'll weigh in first and then see if anybody else wants to. One of our, being the board's goals for the 2021 fiscal year is to bring in the various boards and commissions and to walk through with them exactly what you've described. What are your goals for the year? How can we help you? What initiatives are you thinking about? Maybe some thoughts, initiatives that we have. And I expect that in the pretty near future, probably not in the next meeting or two, but pretty shortly after that, we'll be reaching out to the Rec Commission to have you in and have exactly the sort of discussion that that you were talking about. Does anybody else want to weigh in at all? Chelsea?
Yep. So I think it's a good question, Jen. But I'll also say that with the Capital Committee, and Lisa, feel free to jump in here because I know you sit on that committee. But I believe that their plan is to get more involved with town-funded projects and provide some of the oversight and provide you assistance with that. And I think Tim has been in conversations with Capital as that's kind of come to fruition. So my question was more of just getting a general background for what Seth was interested in. So that's kind of where my question was going. But I do think now that we have the Capital Committee, that will help with some of the ins and outs of the project management side.
Marty,
Sam?
can I make a comment? Jen, interesting point. I understand certainly what you're driving at there, and I think in a perfect world that would be good. I guess the thing that I struggle with a little bit is I think there's a lot of work that the Recreation Commission needs to do over the relatively near term here, and having a capable volunteer who's ready to step in and help push the process forward is worth something, certainly. And certainly it might be possible to find one or more people who have specialized expertise that would be very helpful for the commission. On the other hand, the cost in terms of time and effort for that, and the lack of certainty that we would actually find that, seems to me to be not worth the risk of passing on the decision at this point. And my guess is there will be other opportunities going forward to be more pointed in terms of recruiting for the position, and particularly as we have the conversation that Marty suggested, if we get a better sense of exactly what are the 2 or 3 key priorities for the Rec Commission, that might actually suggest some skill sets that would be helpful to find. So I guess I think there's value in keeping moving with this and making the appointment.
Marty, if I may?
Yeah,
To
Lisa,
follow
go
up
ahead.
on that?
Yep.
So I also understand what Jen is saying. I look at Seth and his background as an opportunity for additional diversity. I know when Mr. Nixon was appointed to recreation, he didn't necessarily have kids in recreation. And I think he's brought a tremendous value. And I think where Mr. Crandall is coming in with having kids that are going to be going through recreation and through the process in the future, I think it's looking at it from another perspective. I think diversity is a good thing, and I would certainly still support him for this position.
Anyone else? Brian, you all set?
I'm all set, Marty. Thank you.
Okay. All right. With that, is there a motion?
I make a motion that we appoint Seth Crandall to the Recreation Commission, term ending 6/30/23.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Stivers. No further discussion. All in favor, Ms. Braccio,
Aye.
Ms. Malinowski,
Aye.
Mr. Shea,
Aye.
Mr. Stivers,
Aye.
Mr. Healy is aye. It is unanimous. Ms. Hanson, you have a new member, Mr. Crandall. Enjoy.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you for stepping forward.
Great. Thanks, guys.
Good luck with the event later this year.
Thank you.
All right, take care. All right, now we're going to skip a little bit on the scheduled appointments. That was 3A, the volunteer interviews. We're going to skip B for the time being. C is going to be tabled because the cable agreement is not yet ready for our review. And we are going to go to Ms. Carlson. I saw that she was on the attendee list, presumably somewhere on I-95 between Washington DC and Southborough.
Hi.
Is that right,
I
Ms.
am
Carson?
It is right. I think actually we're on the Merritt Parkway. I think we've crossed into Connecticut.
Okay, that's a much more pleasant drive. Good
It
evening.
is. Good evening. Thank you for including us in the agenda tonight. Greatly appreciate it.
Sure. Yeah, it's a very interesting request. It's obviously it's a interesting development in the time of COVID-19, and appreciate the materials that you submitted that both gave a background on the state authorization and requirements for the sort of childcare option that you're talking about. So why don't, to the extent you need to touch upon the state requirements, that's fine. But why don't you talk about what it is that St. Mark's is interested in doing for a faculty childcare option under the new guidance that the state has given us. Fair enough?
Sure. Fair enough.
Okay.
Well, just like working parents everywhere, our families are struggling with how to manage their child's remote school days. So in order to try to alleviate just a little bit of that stress, we wanted to offer or look into offering free childcare to the families that need that option while they are teaching in person in class. So we reached out to the Department of Education just to confirm that we did or we did not need a license. And then spoke to someone in the Department of Early Education that said, based on this emergency COVID, I guess it would be article number 49, that there are many, many people that are trying to do this for their faculty or for families that are kind of creating learning pods together. So they developed this exemption classification. So what we're really trying to do is to provide a safe space for our faculty children on their remote days. It's right now not looking like a lot. There's still people that are trying to work out potential family members or potentially being offsetting their time with their spouse. But in the event that they can't, we're looking right now at probably 8 to 10 children that we would provide care for. Our busiest day would be on Mondays when everyone is remote, and that would be probably the full 10. And on the other days, it would be 4 to 5. So the number isn't overwhelming. According to the state mandate, we could have up to 26. But right now, it doesn't look like that we would need that. We would obviously staff accordingly. So what we'd like to do is to be able to provide that care in Choate House, which I believe many of you have been to. It is a great space. It offers breakout rooms so that we could keep cohorts and family members together with certainly much more than the 6 feet of distancing required. We would try to get kids online. Obviously, they will have had a couple of weeks working with their parents and their families and their teachers, understanding what their expectations would be. We would be there to assist, make sure that they got online. We would be there to make sure that they're eating lunch, that we go outside, that their masks are on, that their hands are washed. But we're not trying to replace teachers. We're just being a safe space while their parents are actually teaching in school.
Okay,
Does that
great.
make sense?
It does. It does.
Okay.
Before, and I think I'll go to you first, Mr. Shea, in a second, but a couple of procedural questions first. Looking at the materials that are provided from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, it appears that the necessary first step is for Southborough to create a municipal approving authority, which, Ms. Hale, we do not have that right now, correct?
Correct, Mr. Healy. That is not a category that exists right now. We have talked to Ms. Carlson about who that might be and what would make sense, as well as some, other folks involved in these discussions. And that our recommendation would be the building commissioner, the fire prevention officer, and our public health nurse. It would be a team of 3 that could serve as the municipal approving authority
Okay.
with your
And-
approval.
Okay, and once that is done, then presumably the form and requirements that are included, again, with the materials, is something that would have to be run through that municipal approving authority, and they would have to give their approval before it came to us as the licensing authority. Do I have the process correct there?
I believe so. Yes, that team of 3, if the board approved the way we would like to set that up, would be the municipal approving authority. It would not come back to the Board of Selectmen, after they did their site inspection. The municipal approving authority that the board, again, would have to create, would go and do the site inspections and anything else that's required under the executive order.
Okay, and once they did that, then they would have the authority to give the go-ahead for the program.
Correct. With
Okay.
the attestation form, being, sent over to St. Mark's as well as back to the state of Massachusetts.
Okay. Ms. Carlson, is that also your understanding of the route this would have to travel?
Yes, that approval from the board or the appointees would basically come with a letter, and that letter with the attestation form goes back to the state along with an attestation form from St. Mark's, which says we agree to all of these things. And then the state would basically make their final approval once the municipality made their approval.
Okay, and Ms. Hill, back to you. So is the expectation that tonight we could designate the individuals who you identified as being our municipal appointing, municipal approving
Approval
authority for this program?
Correct. Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
all right.
that's our request.
all right, that's where we are.
Yes.
Got it.
Okay,
All right,
thank you.
Mr. Shea, I'm going to go to you now.
All right, and I guess I'll start with a question to you, Marty. So then we will be taking action tonight to appoint that municipal approving authority?
I think if there is a motion to that effect, yes, that would be,
Okay.
I think that's my intention.
All right, and a question then for Ms. Hale. Have we confirmed with Laurie, Chris, and Emily that they are on board with being the municipal approving authority? And have they reviewed all the criteria that the state has and they're comfortable
Yes,
with it?
they have, Mr. Shea. Ms. Lavoli is in the audience if you had any questions to that point, but I have spoken with each of those folks. Yes.
No, very good. I just wanted to confirm that.
Sure.
And I guess, Ms. Carlson, I guess just wanted to confirm with you that the students, the children who would participate in this are solely children of St. Mark's faculty, correct? It wouldn't be open to any other group. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And it is strictly a program for school time hours. It's not an after-school program, not a before-school program as well?
Correct. It's just 8 to 3.
Excellent. And I wouldn't expect anything but this, but certainly, this whole program is new as a result of COVID-19, and this is a program that the state has come up with. Certainly, this is a first time in this venture for Laurie, Chris, and Emily. It's a first time in this venture for the program that St. Mark's is looking to undertake as well. I would just hope that there's, open communication among all parties, just to be sure that everybody's fully informed on who's staffing the program. If for some reason there's changes in staffing, that the communication is open and free in both directions, so that this can work for both the town and for this program.
Of course.
Okay. That's it for me, Marty.
All right, thanks, Brian. Mrs. Stivers?
Good, thank you. Good to see you, Lori, and good idea. I think this makes a lot of sense.
Same here, Sam.
I have several questions, I guess, just to make sure that we've got our bases covered. As often the case, as when the state is involved, the list of requirements and so forth seems to multiply. And I want to be sure we're not getting inconsistent or have risk with that. Has town council had an input on this? I mean, it's hard for me to see much liability with this. On the other hand, maybe there's something here if this municipal approving authority approves a license and there's a problem with it and everybody can sue everybody about anything. Is it worth getting town council to opine on the process that we've set up? I don't know. It's not, for me at least, a critical step, but it would be interesting. I've got a question about the communication process for the municipal approving authority. Would they hold public hearings for that? My guess is people might be interested in keeping track of what's going on in terms of those approvals. I assume that's a public body that would require public meetings. Is that true, Marty? Do you know?
You know, that's actually one of the questions I have. For instance, in terms of it would be a 3-person approving authority, and I mean, I had a very basic question whether or not the approval needed to be unanimous or was by a you know, a 2-to-1 vote if it broke down that way. It's an interesting question on the open meetings law. You know, they've identified it as an authority, and I wonder if there's any. So going back to your first question, to my knowledge, we've not touched base with town council about the question, but it might also be worth a question to make sure that how they reach their determination to give approval, it doesn't run afoul of any open meetings requirements.
Right. Maybe there should be a policy document that they develop to talk about the process here. And again, I think that I have no concern about this relative to St. Mark's, which is the issue facing us right now. But as we set this up, in theory at least, there could be other applications that come through from other organizations or individuals. So I think it's worth thinking carefully about the structure here to make sure it works to everybody's benefit.
And just also as a note, if I may say, we're not actually requesting a license. It's so that we get an exemption from the state for a license.
Right.
So it's just a semantic.
Right. But if the town entity approves it, then, you know, we in some sense are endorsing it and supporting it, et cetera.
Yeah.
So I think we've got some
Sure.
vested interest in it. Again, I think no problem in terms of St. Mark's, but more generically, it's worth thinking about how it gets set up for the process standpoint. And one of my big questions here is that as I read the list of the state requirements, there seem to be a sizable number of requirements to make sure that are adhered to. And I think the group that we've identified is very capable of doing that, but sometimes as we do these things, there's opportunity for things to slip between the cracks. So who's responsible for this, that, and the other thing? And it's easy to say, oops, I thought you were watching that. No, I thought you were watching it. And it seems to me that part of the process from our end ought to be clear designation of somebody who's accountable for making sure all the pieces happen. And maybe it's the chairperson of the municipal approving authority, I don't know. But I think that given the risk here involved to make sure that all of the requirements relative to health and safety particularly, which is pretty high stakes issues, are consistently adhered to, followed, problems identified, mitigated, et cetera, et cetera. So I would be interested in a way to clearly focus responsibility for making sure all of the requirements are met on an ongoing basis, including things like inspections and so forth. So that's it for me.
All right, Ms. Braccio?
Good evening, Lori. Thank you for being here. I had actually spoken to Vanessa earlier with some questions that I had, and Lori was kind enough to supply those answers to me. I thought I would just share a couple of them at the will of the chair, just briefly with the board, the questions and the answers that I received.
Oh, absolutely. Go ahead.
Okay, so one of the questions was, are there any students on an IEP? And the question was, they don't know yet, that the staffing will be determined based on the need. He asked about how often inspections will take place. And there was just some confusion on that because typically daycares don't get inspected, you know, on a rolling basis. My thought process on this was that, where this is an exemption, that, we might require, and I guess it's under the MAA to make that determination, but I would hope that there would be some form of inspections. I wanted to verify that the 12 is the minimum and the max. I had a little bit of concern based on what our school system has and the number of kids that are allowed in the cohorts for that. But I think, like Lori said, they're looking at more like a 9 or 10 number. And I wanted to also know when the St. Mark's students were going to be returning to online learning at the campus. I thought that was important for this. And Lori said that they evolved to a hybrid model starting next Monday. We have told faculty if childcare was approved, we would work to staff and put all things in place as quickly and safely as possible, but did not commit to an opening date. So I just wanted to share with the board, those were some of the questions I had asked Lori. And Lori, thank you for answering them in advance of the meeting. Thank you.
Of course, my pleasure.
All right, Ms. Malinowski.
Thank you. So in terms of the authority body, I think it's important that the department heads are in charge of that body. I think Chief Achilles should be signing off on in terms of the fire department side. I think there's a potential liability, and I think that's why we have department heads to own that piece of it. So I would like to add him to that body and have him delegate to Lieutenant Trudeau as needed. And then I have a few questions for Lori. Lori, I don't know the space that you're referring to. So can you clarify on Mondays when you have the most children, what the ratio would be for adult to children?
Right now, if the ages work out the way I think it's going to be, we will have 3 staff members plus myself as the kind of the director. So we have 2 floors. We would have the older children and 2, it's actually 2 separate families upstairs, and then the younger children downstairs. We have so there would be definitely people for floating and for backup, and we could keep them separate so that the staff member would just be with those kids for the duration of the day.
So you're not planning on, I know that you said that you have 10 kids right now, but you're not planning on having 26 kids in one space at any given time.
Oh, no. So it's a house, so we have 3 floors, which is, right now we can't welcome overnight guests. Usually it houses our overnight guests. So
Okay.
we've got to take out the beds and create separate classrooms, if you will.
Okay.
That we can safely spread them out where they're comfortable, where they have their own personal, soft chair and their personal desk that will only be theirs, and their personal floor space. So they're not just sitting rigid, upright in a desk for 6 hours. We'll go outside. We've got big doors that open to the back, so they can have some mask breaks, and again, some socially distanced physical activities.
Okay. And what are you going to do for a setup for lunch? Because obviously they're going to have to take their masks off for lunch.
Right. Well, because they are in their own separate rooms right now, we will either have them in their own separate rooms for lunch, depending on the weather, or we will go outside.
Okay, perfect. Yeah. What if, I think this is maybe as a question for Vanessa, if, let's say another group wants to set something up like this, like Faye, would that go to the body that we're appointing, or would that get presented to us as a board, and then the process would then go from there with the board?
Sure. So I think if there were an additional request of this nature, yes, it probably would be the same municipal approving authority, but we would certainly bring it back to the Board of Selectmen during one of your public meetings first. We wouldn't just shift it to that municipal approving authority. Lori may be able to answer this question about Faye. We don't anticipate a request from Faye because I think because they do their summer camps and things like that, I think they already have the kind of parameters set up that they would need to. So my anticipation is, this may be our one and only request, but certainly if there were a new one, it would come straight back to the Board of Selectmen.
Okay. Okay, great. Thank you, Lori.
Okay.
All right.
Yep, Faye is
Lori,
already set.
okay, Lori, this is Marty Healy again. As I've been listening and going back to some of the questions I asked at the beginning, I'm wrestling with what is the cart here and what is the horse in terms of because we need this authority to do the necessary work under the state guidelines. That authority, it says municipalities should establish their own processes to work with the interested entities. So presumably that is something that the authority would have to come up with before so that they could be communicated to you as the applying entity, so you'd know what the criteria are for the town of Southborough, and they might just be limited to the criteria that are set out by the state, but obviously there's the ability for the town to enhance those, and they list a number of different things, CPR, first aid, certification, internet access. I don't think there are things that would be difficult for an institution like St. Mark's to hit, regardless of what they are, but again, so there are at least two prerequisites here. Number one is the creation of the municipal approving authority. Number two is the creation of processes that authority could communicate to, in this instance, St. Mark's, for the requirements that have to be met. And then presumably part of those processes would be setting out exactly how the approving authority gets to their approval. And that goes back to does it have to be unanimous? Is it a consensus thing? Is it required for open meetings? And we don't have the answer, at least I don't have the answers for all those things tonight. And I think we need to have those. So I guess this is a discussion now for the five of us. And this goes back to the cart and the horse. It's pretty clear to me that what Ms. Hale has laid out as the three members of a potential approving authority makes perfect sense. If there's without a vote creating it, we can certainly indicate that that's the case, and then work on putting together the processes that can then be communicated to St. Mark's, or we could agree with the proposal for the three members of the approving authority, move to appoint it tonight, and then have them work with Ms. Hale and others to come up with the processes. Presumably those should be run by us, though, to make sure that we're comfortable with them. And obviously the earliest that could be done would be our next meeting, which is October 6th. So again, I apologize for thinking out loud a little bit, but again, I'm trying to figure out, obviously you, being St. Mark's, wants to have this in place as soon as possible, but there are some procedural hurdles that have to be cleared before we get to the point of being able to sign off on it. Is that everybody else's read on where we are? Does anyone disagree with generally what I just described? Yeah.
Nope. I do have a question, Marty, about time pressure here. Maybe Lori could speak to the fact, is this something that if we did it October 6th, is that going to create major disruption for St. Mark's, or are there other considerations that create time pressure that would expedite the process, or can we have a couple of weeks to work on some of that?
Did you understand that, Ms. Carlson?
I did. I mean, we did not assume anything, so we did not commit certainly to our faculty any date. We did explain that we understood the urgency of the need, and we would work as quickly as we possibly could to do what we need to get approval for exemption. So if we go back and say the town needs X number of days in order to feel comfortable with this, we obviously want everyone to feel 100% on board before we go forward. So anything else that we can do to help make this process easier, please let me know.
And Marty, what I think I heard you say was that regardless of what we do tonight, it's going to be a couple of weeks before we have enough in place to actually issue the approval that St. Mark's is looking for here, whether we vote to form the group tonight and ask them to come back with the policies and procedures that they need to actually make it work so they can vote appropriately for the approval, or we hold off and ask the potential approval committee members to come up with that in the interim here and do the whole thing on October 6th. Sounds to me like we sort of wind up at the same place either way, but maybe I didn't understand.
I think that's right. I just don't see a way to get all of that done tonight. I just don't think all of the necessary pieces are in place. I'm sorry, Lisa.
No, just to kind of add to that, Marty. So would the board even consider, again, I understand the need and the urgency. I mean, I don't have, well, my son's in college, so I don't have any little ones back in school, but I would assume there's some level of urgency from St. Mark's for the faculty. I mean, they're going back to a hybrid model. So is there any way that we could consider tonight deciding on who our MMA would be, and then potentially tasking them in the interim between, say, now and even Friday, coming up with some level of plan? I mean, I think we have some pretty qualified people that we're looking to man this. And obviously, if they've had some level of looking at this, they have some idea of what they need to do. And the state guidelines are pretty clear on what we need to do. Would the board consider creating the MMA and then giving them an opportunity to get together? We could find out about the open meeting law piece as well. And then if we have to hold a special meeting in between, I would certainly not be adverse to doing that. And that's based on feedback that I know I'm hearing from parents that kids are in school now and how they're struggling to try to do their work. You know, now we're talking teachers as well. So if we could somehow shorten the timeline on this, if we could find a way to come to agreement and do it, I know I would think that would be the best path for me anyway.
Yeah.
It certainly would be appreciated from our faculty perspective.
Yeah, I'd be willing to do that too. So.
Yeah, it is. Lisa, I agree with you completely. Did you say Ms. Voli is in the audience, Vanessa? Check
Yes,
my participant.
she is. Let me just make sure she's still here. It looks like she may have jumped off. I know she was due at the Historical Commission meeting
Okay.
that I think maybe starting at 7:30. So I think she may have jumped off. I just wanted to add one comment, if I may, Mr. Chairman. When Mark and I read through the regs, I think in some communities, the MMA might be, one single person, perhaps the fire chief or perhaps the health agent. We felt that it made sense to have someone from building, health, and fire participate. We also didn't want to overburden our fairly new public health nurse who only works 19 and a half hours a week. So as not to put all the burden on her, that was our suggestion for, the team of 3. So I certainly can go back and research with the clerk's office and with town council the question about, does this constitute a municipal body? That's something we certainly will identify first thing in the morning.
Okay, because I mean it's a better approach, I think, to have 3, but it complicates things a little bit,
right?
In terms of a streamlined approach. So why don't we, if there's a comfort level to create the municipal approving authority as designated in the materials, and Ms. Hale, you can carry the message to them that with all due haste, if they are able to come up with a set of guidelines that meet the state's requirements that can be done quickly. Again, I do think we need to weigh in and approve those. I don't think we can just delegate to them the authority to do that. And I mean, in this remote world, I think we could probably do it. We could certainly get three of us together relatively easily to get that done, either at the end of next week or the beginning of the end of this week or the beginning of next. Yeah. Ms. Carlson, if I heard you correctly, your first day of school is a week from yesterday. which is,
That's correct.
okay.
I did want to add, Ms. Lavoli is now back in the audience, if you would like her to weigh in.
Ms. Lavoli, I'm not sure how much of our discussion you heard. Basically, where we are is moving towards approving the municipal approving authority that's been set out in the materials. You would be a part of that, and tasking to you and the other members of that approving authority to put together. I don't think it is particularly heavy lifting, because I think, as Ms. Braccio pointed out, the state guidelines are pretty comprehensive, but you would have to put together a list of bullets that would have to be communicated, in this instance, to St. Mark's, so that there would be a process in place for the approval by the municipal approving authority. Those processes would have to be presented to the Board of Selectmen, and there seems to be a pretty strong appetite for our getting together for a special meeting in the short to medium term to get that done. Does that, now obviously it's easy for us to say, because all we have to do is vote, and then the work falls to you. But does that sound like something that you, as 1/3 of what would be the municipal approving authority, could and would be able to get done in relatively short order?
Yes, can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay. I have something on my end that crosses over a little bit with the fire department as far as what I do for an annual inspection. And basically it's all relative to safety and what we could do for here. I'm not familiar with the building, but Vanessa did tell me it was, or potentially still is, a home, which would be a little different than a commercial space. So we could do temporary, and what we look for are means of egress, emergency lighting, things like that. So I have that form in place. We could either tweak it, I could send it on my end that I'd be willing to accept, and or go over that with Chris, Dano.
All right, well, that sounds like this was a hopeful yes.
Sorry, Lois.
So if other members of the board are comfortable, I think maybe that's the best and maybe most expeditious route, which is to, I'm sorry, Chelsea, you had something to say first?
Yeah, so I'm still not comfortable with not having Chief Achilles as the fire side sign off. I think Lieutenant Deneau is over fire prevention, and I think this kind of goes outside and it's a broader discussion, especially where
Chelsea, we're losing you. I'm not sure if you're moving away from a mic, or I didn't hear the end of that.
I think maybe Lori is not on mute because I'm hearing background.
Oh.
Maybe. Not Lori Lavoli, sorry, Lori Carlson.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Can you hear me now?
Better, yes.
Yeah,
thanks.
much better.
So I think with Lieutenant Deneau's role being fire prevention, I think that this goes outside of that scope, and I would feel better having Chief Achilles as part of the authority body. Another thought is, if Emily is only 19 and a half hours a week, is there a reason why we could have Chief Achilles and Lori Lavoli be our two designees? And I mean, Chief Achilles is working with Emily on a regular basis, I think, with COVID updates, et cetera, that he could rely on her if something were to come up related to the Board of Health perspective.
Comment, I actually think Chief Achilles is a good idea if he's willing to take it on, has the time to do it. But I guess I'm reluctant to not have Emily, the public health nurse, specifically involved, because I think there are clearly some significant public health issues here that we need to keep a close eye on. And I'm sure that Emily is actually working more than 19 hours a week, practically speaking. So I don't want to overload her, but hopefully the three of them could sort out the workload there in a way that would not be overly burdensome on Emily, and let her still have a direct and active role in it, which would make me feel better to have direct public health participation. So my 2 cents worth.
The only other thought I will have is the possibility of, because there are some variables now that we're not sure of, that Chief Achilles is able to do this.
He is.
Oh, he is.
I did check with him today.
Okay.
He's out of town. He's willing to do it.
And Ms. Amico's time availability. One other possibility is, one quick thing, Vanessa, one other possibility is to sort of adopt a process that's similar, it sounds like, Ms. Hale, that some other towns have done, and that is have a person, and that way we avoid the potential complications of open meetings, have a person be the approving authority, but require that they consult with, and I'm thinking of Ms. Lavoli, have her be the municipal approving authority, and make a requirement that she consult with with Chief Achilles and the public health nurse before making her determination of approval. That avoids any open meetings problems. It potentially streamlines the process, and I think maybe hits the concerns that have been raised by some other members of the board.
I think that's a great idea, Marty.
I like that. And I think, Marty, too, as part of that policy process, guidelines and so forth, I think a question will come up about, what about appeal? If the authority makes a decision and somebody is unhappy about it, I think it's useful to have guidance in terms of where it goes from there, wherever that is, whether it's the courts or us or whoever, would be useful to understand.
So is Ms. Lavoli still there as we pile even more work on her? She was one of three, now she's one of one.
She's got to be here to protect herself.
I think she had to jump off and jump onto historical. I'm sure Ms. Lavoli will be very comfortable with that. I just wanted to add, I did speak with Ms. Amico regarding, what this process would look like, and did she want to be involved, or did she feel that she did not have the time to take it on? She wants very much to be involved at any level, and it is willing to do whatever the board asks of her. But she was comfortable hearing that there would be other staff members involved, so the burden was not all on her.
Okay, so what I would do is I will move to appoint Lori Lavoli as Southborough's municipal approving authority for pursuant to the remote learning enrichment program that the Commonwealth of Massachusetts has set out through its Department of Early Education and Care, with the understanding that she is the municipal approving authority, but that any approval by her would only be done in consultation and agreement with Chief Achilles and Ms. Amico. That would be my motion.
Second.
All right, any additional discussion? None. Ms. Braccio,
Aye.
Ms. Malinowski,
Aye.
Mr. Shea,
Aye.
Mr. Stivers,
Aye.
and Mr. Healy is aye. It is unanimous. Ms. Lavoli is our municipal approving authority. And Ms. Hale, I guess I'm gonna, you can give her the good news. But also, you and she, and I'm happy to weigh in as well, and perhaps if there are some other members of the board as well, to come up with a set of guidelines. And if that can be done in relatively short order, then hopefully at least three of us are available for a special meeting, ideally sometime this week. If it has to get kicked over into early next week, then so be it. All right.
Yeah, and Marty, if I may, I think
Yeah,
that
Brian.
the form issued by the state that the attestation form for municipalities, I think that is going to go a long way towards establishing what the guidelines are. I agree with Ms. Braccio on that. And I would just make the recommendation that there's a number of items that Laurie, as our approver, will need to check off, that I think part of the guidelines should be that all applicants provide, written certification to us that those are in fact the case. And again, maybe that takes away some of the liability issues, Sam, that you had brought up. But if we're checking it off, it ought to be made, demonstrated by each applicant that they intend, that they will comply and how they will comply with each of those guideline items.
And maybe town council could help with the form of that attestation.
Okay, Vanessa,
Great.
that's multiple mouthfuls, but did enough of it make sense that you can carry
It
the
does.
message? Okay.
Yes, thank you very
Terrific.
much.
All right, Ms. Carlson, I think we've advanced the ball for you a significant amount tonight. There are a few yards to go, but hopefully that can get done, maybe even in time for the beginning of your school year. And you're on mute. Maybe we've lost you.
She's still showing up, but I know that she was calling in on her cell phone, so it might be a little bit more difficult to mute and unmute quickly.
Nope.
Hi, I'm here.
You're
Wait,
back. Okay, good.
I'm back. Thank you so much. I greatly appreciate the time.
Okay.
And we have an attestation form too, which I can send to you, that the state requires from us, which is, it's very similar to the municipality attestation form.
Yeah, Ms. Carlson, I think it's very much, and I think you probably agree with this, very much in your interest to work as closely and as quickly as possible with Ms. Lavoli. And again, ideally, we draw a bit of an inside straight here, and you're actually able to have this thing up and ready to run by the beginning of the school year. That'd be good.
That would be huge.
All
Thank you again.
All right. Enjoy the merit.
Thanks.
Okay, bye.
Good
Thanks.
All right, bye-bye. All right. The next item is Mr. Laflamme with us to talk about the IT position.
Yes.
I suspect there'll be a few questions about exactly how the time is going to be allocated, but thanks for I think the memo laid it out pretty well in terms of where we find ourselves. Mr. Laflamme is there, and Mr. Stivers, I'm going to start with you for any questions or comments for him.
Thanks. Yeah, Tom, I guess my key question is, again, Marty alluded to, how do you balance the time between library and other work here for this person? My guess is it's a fairly fluid set of processes, or structure, but I'm assuming you've talked with library folks about how you balance that.
Yeah, so the plan is that Mr. Begin will actually resign his position with the library and work fully for myself, basically. So that would put all library technology needs going through the town IT department. So then they actually benefit by getting me responding to those tickets as well as Mr. Begin. But I also get some after-hours support and server maintenance and things like that that are done better after hours for obvious reasons.
So library director and trustees are all on board with that approach?
Yes. Well, I can only speak for the library director. I've spoken to him. I believe that he may have brought it to the trustees, but I'm not 100% on that.
Okay, good. Well, as you know, I'm a big supporter of the need for additional resources. I think it's a significant step in the right direction, and assuming that you can work out the priorities there, which I have confidence you will, it's a great move. Thanks.
Ms. Braccio.
Hi, Tom. Thank you. Just one question, and I should have the answer to this, but I can't find my memo. So for the other position, how many hours will that be? So you're looking for 8 hours from this gentleman, and how
Yes.
many from the other when the position's filled? Are you looking for 19 from the other, or you looking for a balance of 19 between both?
So I believe the approach would be the balance between the two, and that's more for going forward past this fiscal year. The current fiscal year, as you know, the position was funded since July 1, and since we're very quickly approaching Q2 already, there is a little bit of additional funding. So if during this time with COVID and all the additional responsibilities that come with that, there's additional hours needed, that may be something that we balance. But my plan and my ultimate desire is to have the 19 and a half hours kind of shared.
Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Ms. Malinowski.
Thank you. So Tom, you're looking for an additional person for 11 and a half hours?
On average, yes. Again, it's not an ideal. I would obviously prefer to have one person doing the 19 and a half. But we have had some struggles with recruiting in various forms. And this at least provides some relief, if you will, in the immediate near term.
So so you've done a process already, reviewed resumes, done interviews, and this gentleman stepped forward, who's already in the system, which is great. But now, how are you going to advertise are you going to advertise for an 11 and a half? Or are you going to advertise for a 19 and a half?
So I think that's a little bit up for discussion. I think, advertising for 12 hours or 11 and a half is, it will probably lead to some more struggles. But I think now that the universities are a little bit back in session, I might be able to now get in touch with some more students that might be able to do some of these hours too. So I think recruiting will be, it's still up for discussion, I think.
So, go ahead, Vanessa.
You're muted, Vanessa.
Sorry. Just want to chime in for a minute here. So Tom and I have been working on this recruitment, for the better part of the summer. Frankly, it has been a struggle to find the right candidate because there is no health insurance. We're not offering paid leave, any other type of benefits. So to Tom's point, our outreach next is to go to some of the colleges. We're so lucky to be near so many colleges and look at, folks that might be able to take on something. I don't want to phrase it as an internship because it's to Tom and myself, it's much more important than a year-long arrangement. We're looking for someone who perhaps might be a student that can take on this kind of part-time work, or perhaps, even someone at a different stage in their life. So we're going to be, again, re-advertising and going forward, looking for someone in addition to Chris to supplement Tom and get him some needed help.
So I think my concern is if you post this, regardless of how you post it, and you come across the best candidate and they're looking for a 19 and a half hour position that town meeting approved 19 and a half hours. So I understand that we have savings from July till now because we haven't filled this position, but then we're just compounding the FY22 budget because now we're at 27 and a half hours. And I just think we need to get away from that line of thinking of we had savings because the position was unfilled, so we can use it. We're okay for this budget season, but the next season or the next budget, we're now complicating the issue.
Yeah,
Sorry. Go ahead. No, go ahead.
We've had that discussion between myself, Mark, and Ms. Hale. And I'm very aware that is not the way we want to proceed. I don't want to put the technology budget in a hole if we're asked to do, say, level funded, in a bad case scenario. There are some places that there is savings to be realized, but you know, my point on the savings was more to get through this, I hate to keep using the term, but unprecedented time of, you know, different needs and supporting people at home, that there are additional hours available now. You know,
Right.
what that turns into and what the commitment from both, we'll call it both part-time positions, come July 1 is, you know, that's a discussion to have between now and then.
Okay. I mean, I think my concern is that I don't know. I mean, it sounds like the 8 hours that you have committed from this candidate is going to help you in the short term, but the long term, we still have holes and gaps that we need to help fill in the IT department. And I'm just not convinced that having an 8-hour person and an 11.5-hour person is really supporting your department the way that it needs to be supported. I'm happy to endorse this candidate for 8 hours if it's going to help you in the short term, but I just want to make sure that you're looking at what you need in the long term too.
Yeah, and to that end, you know, I am working, or I've at least started working, and I'm trying to collaborate with advisory and MTC on basically a staffing assessment and long-term plan. You know, so that hopefully by the end of the year, I'll be able to present to the board. This is, you know, the ideal staffing. And if it's 3, if it's 5, if it's 10 full-time employees, you know, that's, we at least have what the ideal is and some kind of plan to get there in the next 3, 10, 15 years type thing. So that is one of my goals for the year, to provide that to you. So yes, the immediate need is definitely something that I appreciate the support on. But the long term is definitely, it's going to be some research.
Okay. And just one other question. So I believe that this candidate was working 4 hours for the library. Is that right?
That is my understanding. It was about 4 hours a week or 8 hours every other week.
So so now he'll be working 8 hours for you. The library IT piece of the budget's going to go over to your budget. So I assume the library is not backfilling those 4 hours.
So his position at the library was primarily a service point provider. You know, he was their customer service, and basically he has the technology background. So he was doing some of the, he was managing the computer replacements and troubleshooting at the library. So I don't know that the IT budget, if you will come over. You know, I had some discussion with the library director that there might be some savings based on hourly rate, but his hours for the service desk would still need to be managed, is what it comes down to.
Okay.
Mr. Donovan is in the audience as well this evening, if you had any questions relative to that.
Oh, this goes directly to, it's a library question. So if he's available to weigh in, I think that'd be helpful. Hello, Ryan.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes, and do you understand Ms. Malinowski's back and forth with Mr. Laflamme and what she's interested in finding out?
Yes, so
Okay.
the short answer to her question is no, because there seems to be a misconception that the library has an IT position. We don't. Chris was a library associate, which was a job that primarily did public service. Chris was hired before my tenure as director, so I think he was initially hired. I didn't hire him, so I don't know for sure, but I think he was initially hired because of his computer background, because he could help with sort of network maintenance. And at that time, the town was doing men's. They didn't have they didn't have a Tom Laflamme. So really, he was very helpful in that regard. But I would say since I've gotten there, his job has really evolved into being almost entirely public service. So he still sort of, it was kind of a leftover thing. He still helped out with IT. He was very knowledgeable about IT, and he definitely knew more than anybody on staff. So we tended to go to him with IT projects. He had set up our entire printer network infrastructure. And in the past 2 years, he has really worked closely with Tom. And at this point, I would almost say that he's got to talk to Tom and I about anything relating to technology. So I think this move makes sense in a number of different ways. But I mean, eventually, he really was filling in on Saturdays in the teen room every other week. We are going to need to staff that with another person down the road. I will say we don't need to initially do that right now, but eventually we will.
Chelsea, can I jump in?
Go ahead, yeah.
Yeah, just following up on this. Well, Ryan, you and Tom are both on. If I read the memo correctly, this gentleman has a full-time job, which is why he's available for part-time hours. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. So my assumption then is that he is, because of that full-time job, he would not be available for 19 hours. In other words, 8 is the cap for him?
That is, that's the number that he is comfortable with. He does have family. He does have, again, full-time job. So he is comfortable with being able to commit to that number.
Okay.
On a weekly basis.
Okay. No, I assumed that was the case. All right. I'll go back to you, Chelsea, if you have anything else.
I'm good. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Shea.
Nothing new. Again, share the concern and, well, completely understand the need to fill Tom's short-term need as soon as possible. Just hope that, and have a concern that by using up 8 of the 19 and a half allotted hours, that may further complicate our ability to recruit for that remaining need that we have. That's all.
Yeah, Tom, this is Marty Healy now. I think all of us share what Ms. Malinowski and Mr. Shea just articulated. I mean, we are completely balkanizing your IT efforts, and I guess my only final question. I mean, I'm very supportive of you getting these additional 8 hours, but clearly that has the potential to complicate filling the additional hours. Now, who knows? It could be that it's easier to fill 10 or 11 hours than 20 because if somebody has a full-time position, they can't put in another, half full-time position, but they could do a quarter one with 10 or 11 hours. But I am assuming, and I'm hopeful, that while you're looking for these additional hours, that your antennae will be up for if there's a candidate who could in fact hit the 19-hour position, that as grateful as we'd be for and would be for these additional 8 hours, that the individual would understand that if we get the opportunity to fill the full 19th position, that's the route we're going to take. I assume that's the route you'd want to take.
Yeah, I mean, it all depends really on skill sets,
But if you, I guess it's a simple question. If you could get, if it turns out tomorrow somebody walked in and said, this is great for 11, but I could do 19, that's that you'd prefer that.
Yeah, and that's where I think I would come back to have some discussion with this board about this fiscal year, and then what we do going forward, just so it's not an immediate turnaround. I would certainly be committing to Mr. McGinn to be my staff member And I would never want to sacrifice one staff member for another necessarily. Especially in a scenario of someone that I know that I work well with versus, just the very early recruiting of, not knowing what we would get from that person. So that would definitely result in a lot of discussion all the way around, and definitely involving everyone.
Marty, can I just ask one other question?
Yeah, sure, Chelsea.
And Ryan, I don't want to put you on the spot, but I'm going to. Is this employee currently working now for the library?
In the past, since we shut down in March, he has worked one shift.
So, Tom, are you so he's going to work off hours for you. Are you anticipating that it's going to be 8 hours consistently every week? Like, how are you going to train this person? I'm just wondering if there's value in having him work for 4 hours every week for you now while you continue to recruit for this position, and get you going with him, and in the interim build up to 8 hours if we're not getting more hits on getting another part-time person, depending on how many hours you can get for them.
I think there's some logistical issues to work through in that. But I think Vanessa might be able to speak more to that than I can. As far as the training, I've spoken with him. There's, there'd be some of me needing to stay a little bit late and overlapping some hours so I can, get him acclimated to the public safety building, let's say, for the server room and things like that. But I expect that we would hold meetings, on a regular basis, weekly at least, to start, in the same way that we're meeting tonight. It would be done a lot virtually, as much as we could.
Yeah, I would
I
second
can add-
what Tom said. Oh, sorry, Ryan.
I was just going to very quickly add that Chris, sometimes when we have technical issues and Chris has been unable to actually physically be in the library, he has been able to remote into machines and often has been able to solve the problem in that manner. So I would just say, I would assume Tom might be able to have him do something similar, where he might not be on site, but he might be able to actually assist with a technical issue. Sometimes, Chris has solved something in 5 minutes that's taken us like 5 hours trying to troubleshoot, so that he can be very helpful in that regard.
Okay, thank you.
Marty, can I ask one further
Yeah, go
question
ahead,
too
Lisa.
as well?
Sure. Yep.
So, Tom, I guess, our concern all along has been how much time and effort you have put into COVID and how you have made things still work for the town. So I guess kind of going on Chelsea's point, do you need somebody 4 hours or do you need somebody 8 hours? You tell us what it is that you need. I just think for such a long time, you've been overburdened and understaffed. So could you make it work with somebody 4 hours a week, or do you need the 8 hours a week in the interim until you can figure out a better plan?
Ultimately, I'll make it work either way. 8 hours is obviously better than 4 hours. 8 hours is 8 hours that I don't need to commit to. I jotted down some things today. Just since July 1, I've had over 200 help desk tickets, not counting people that catch me in the hallway or sometimes call me on the phone. These meetings, I'm setting them up right now. I'm looking to offload some of that, but that's since July 1, the town has held over 80 meetings virtually.
Hey, Tom,
Yep.
I'm going to interrupt and
Yep.
and answer for you that 8 hours is on the low end, the very
Yeah.
low end of what you need. So I guess my inclination is to give Tom the 8 hours. I mean, it's not Chelsea, I agree with your point. I just think that I don't want to nickel and dime him on this stuff. I want to get him some help.
Just to be clear, I want to get him help too.
Oh yeah,
I
no, I understand.
I don't want us hiring an 8-hour person to hurt him and hiring more for what he really needs. That's all.
Yeah, no, I get it. I agree. All right. With that though, I will move to that we appoint Chris McGinn as an 8-hour part-time technical IT specialist position.
Second.
Additional discussion? None. Ms. Braccio?
Aye.
Ms. Malinowski?
Aye.
Mr. Shea?
Aye.
Mr. Stivers?
Aye.
And Mr. Healy is aye. Tom and Ryan as well, thanks very much. It's unanimous, Tom. And again, just as you started to describe, what's going on since July 1st, 8 hours will make hopefully a little bit of a dent. But knock on wood, and we can address those needs even more going forward.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
All right. Mr. Butler, you are not up next. I'm just going to let you know that we kicked Mr. Ballantyne last week a bunch of times before dismissing him for the night. So I know we had you slotted for 8. It's going to be a little bit later than that, and I thank you in advance for your indulgence. With that, Mr. Ballantyne.
Good evening.
Hey, Brian.
How are you? So tonight, and I prepared a PowerPoint that you've probably seen, and it's fairly concise. So it's sort of high level on how we ended fiscal 20 and 21 and fiscal 22. Again, this is the time of year we're talking about 3 fiscal years, so it gets really strange. So I'm going to try to share my screen and just go through that real quick, and then we can just tidy up at the end with questions and stuff. So let's see. So obviously fiscal year 20 ended in June, the end of June. The annual audit that we have, the town always does, is ongoing right now. In fact, we received our lists of information, and back and forth has started already on that. Maybe slightly delayed this year because of obviously the conditions, and when the auditors are here, they just grab a lot of stuff. We point them in the right direction, they take it, and they do their thing. But with this, we're passing stuff online a lot, so it's actually increased the workload a little bit. The audit report will be released in December, which is typical, and shared with the board. Free cash, as you know, came in September, a week or 2 ago. So now we have that number, which is a big number to have. And the tax rate, of course, will be set next month with the town assessor and at the selectmen's meeting. So tax rate will go down next year. I don't have an exact amount, but it will actually be reduced. So that's good news. Department turnbacks, just a quick slide to show the change between the years. And I don't think it's a huge surprise that they went up about 140,000 versus 19. And the local revenue also went down 467,000 versus 19. Again, due to, I would say most of it's due to what happened in March and April and May and June to finish the year. So this obviously is a little more granular, but it's the department turnbacks for fiscal 19 and fiscal 20 and the comparison and how they ended up changing. So
Frank.
Yep.
I can only see the budget update slide, like the first slide.
Yeah, that's weird.
Yeah, that was my same question, Chelsea.
I don't know why. Doesn't share. All right.
Ryan, maybe if you go into your presentation view, so you see the whole slide at once. I don't know if that will help.
Yeah, it's weird. Try it again, see if it works.
There we go.
that work?
Turnbacks, yep.
Perfect. Are we all seeing the same thing on the departmental now? Perfect. So anyways, as I was saying, this is the department by department page that shows the turnbacks. And it's kind of, again, not a huge surprise at some of the departments that turn back money. Obviously, like library turned back a lot more. Council on Aging. There was some good turnbacks in police departments. Some of that due to other reasons, but school department, so there's departments within this that I think we expected to turn back, but it made a difference, putting out that instruction to not spend any money at the end of last year. So that actually worked pretty well. As you can see on the next slide, the local fees, which make up a part of our budget every year. So we're still, this is where we benefit from being a little bit conservative in budgeting, because we can absorb some of these reductions that happened. Obviously the building.
Sorry, Brian, I can't, I'm on the turnback still. I don't know if anybody else can see.
Oh, it keeps doing that.
Sorry, I don't mean to keep interrupting you.
No, that's okay. I don't know why it keeps doing that. And it's a short presentation too. That's the that's the unfortunate thing. And I lost my share screening, Vanessa. So I don't know where that happened.
Okay, hang on.
Maybe that was why it happened. Got it. Okay, let's try this again.
Local fees now.
There we
Yeah,
go.
I've got local fees as well.
Okay, so we're halfway through and we few blips. So anyways, as I was saying, so we did go down, obviously our fiscal 19 last year versus the estimate was about 1.3 million difference. This year was 822,000. So you can see how it trickled off a little bit. A little bit of this is due to timing. Some of the excise bills were delayed a little bit so that they can cross fiscal years. The due dates can cross fiscal years, and obviously any concurrent billings from or overdue billings from those get pushed off too. So not a whole lot though. It's not hundreds of thousands, but a little bit of that is due to some timing issues. So again, unfortunately, I don't think anyone expected the revenue to be held harmless in what happened. So fiscal year 2020 continued. This just lists, we typically list the balances just as a snapshot at the end of the year for some of the major other funds. So the post-employment, 1.8 million, stabilization's been the same.
Hey, Brian, I'm gonna play Chelsea now and tell you that you haven't moved off fiscal year 2020.
Yeah, something's okay. Something's up with the slideshow then. That's really weird.
Do you need to exit out and then for each time pull the other one back up? I know that's clunky, but
Yeah, I think I do. That stinks. Just give me 1 second. It's coming right back up again.
yeah, I'm very good at non-technology solutions to things. Turn it off and turn it back on.
Yeah, I'm following in the packet, actually.
Yeah, I know. I'm about to. So
Marty, I have an 11-hour-a-week job for you. If you
no one wants that to happen.
No, cut it to 6.
okay, so hopefully you're on the other funds now, or no?
No, still local fees.
I don't. All right, there's a blip because.
Let me ask this. I've got my hard copy. Can we just relieve Brian? Does everybody have a hard copy with them and follow along with that rather than trying to make sense of what's going on with the technology?
Yeah, it's fine. I'm following the packet myself, so.
Yep, I agree.
Okay. Yeah,
Okay.
that'll save a lot of time. So
All right.
I'm about to move off that page anyways. I know we can go back if anyone has questions about it. But any other funds, I think they're pretty straightforward. Obviously, it's a snapshot of June 30th. The next screen is fiscal 21, or next page is fiscal 21 to date. So although we only have July and August, it's a little hard yet to tell trends. But the first 2 months, I just took the total revenue we had in July and August of last year versus this year and see, I saw if there was any real difference. And interestingly enough, $12 million, it was only off like 30,000. So that was kind of strange. But we'll have a much clearer picture of that next month, especially when September closes and gets posted. So we can take a look at that and maybe start seeing some trending there. So nothing unexpected yet in the 3 months since the fiscal year started. The levy capacity at town meeting was about 3.9 million. That's probably going to be over 4 million once the recap our tax rate is set. It's gonna go up a little bit. The bond sale you're already well aware of from the previous meetings that we did. And obviously this is an important issue to everyone that we're monitoring the COVID expenses for the departments, and we're very close, I'm told, to submitting those expenses for reimbursement. So that's good. That Neil at the fire department and the town accountant have done a great job at really keeping that nailed down. So fiscal 22 is obviously going to begin shortly, somewhat tonight is kind of the kickoff. The free cash was again down 477,000 due to those issues that you saw earlier. And the budget directive I'd like to send out this week, if possible, to the departments, telling them to start, working on their budgets. And we usually give a little calendar that says, town meeting, when departments will be reviewed in general, the months and everything. And we'd like to do that to try to get them underway here. So FY22 could start with a good amount of levy capacity. It could look very good. The capital requests, as the board knows, are still under review by the capital committee. We've made some changes and they've made some recommendations to move things around a little bit, which has been very helpful. So that's a good thing. So coming to the end here, some of the decisions that I think before we move on tonight that are kind of important are, what do you want to tell the departments for the budget for FY22? Do you have any special instructions? Do you want to see certain things? Do you not want to have support? You're gonna, would the board come out and not support any new hours except for IT, obviously? But would the board come out and support no new hours, or do you just want to see what the department heads recommend, and then you can go through that with them and see if there's merit to proceeding ahead? So that's one of the big questions. And the budget process itself usually starts off with the departments preparing their budgets, and then we collect them. It's a little different this year with the ClearGov, but sort of the same process that we go over them first. The town administrator and myself sort of sit with the departments, talk a little bit more in depth with them. Is that still the process the board wants to continue? If it works right, and the board can obviously have follow-up with certain departments if they want, and probably will eventually. So that's sort of the kind of the questions we have. One other question I didn't put here, but I know is going to come up because it was in your goal setting, is the quarterly reports that we're going to start doing probably next month at the end of October. Is what do you want to see at those quarterly meetings? Because we obviously want to make them the best that we can and give the board the information they would like to see. So that's some of the feedback I need tonight. But before I totally get off this presentation, the last slide is the next dates of importance. And we actually have a budget planning group that some of you are probably familiar with. And it started a number of years way back, actually, when I first started here. And it involves a member of the Board of Selectmen, a member of advisory, member of schools, the assessor, myself, the accountant, and the town administrator. I don't think I missed anyone. But we usually meet at the beginning of the budget process, and it's a good time to talk with the schools too, to see what their plans are for the coming year, just in a general sense, even if you don't have specific information. So perhaps the board tonight, doesn't have to be tonight, but if willing, a person might want to volunteer for that meeting. It's usually only one meeting. I mean, in the past, we've had a couple meetings, but it's usually one, and it's usually pretty early in the morning. It's usually like 7 or 7:30, traditionally. So that's another thing. But the rest of the dates of importance kind of line up with what has occurred in years past. We'll be collecting the budgets very soon, like I mentioned. Advisory, I know, will be starting up with talking about budget things this month, and of course they'll get their feet under them too. And capital committee's been ongoing, so they're just going to continue to, churn out their work, which is great. And then we're looking in January, which is what, 3 months away, 3-4 months away, looking at hopefully the board voting on some budgets sometime in January. So that's sort of an overview of the dates coming up. And again, so this tonight kind of serves as the real beginning of budget season. So if the board could address some of those issues I brought up, then we can move ahead.
Brian, thanks very much. Maybe the simplest thing to do, and Ms. Braccio, I'm going to start with you, is to see if there are any questions or comments about the first 4 pages. Well, I guess it's really 3. The fiscal year 2020. Oh no, it's more than that. It's because there's 2 on each page. But everything before the decisions and comments and the next
Right.
dates of importance. In other words, any questions or comments about the specific numbers before we get into looking forward. Does that make sense?
It does, but you may want to come back to me. I have a bunch of comments that it might be answered by other people as they ask questions. So it might actually be easier to move on and come back to me last.
Okay. Ms. Malinowski, as long as you don't say the same thing.
Well, what I'm going to say is I do have a lot of comments, but I'm going to go ahead and bite the bullet. So Brian, thank you for that presentation. And also I know Carla has worked a lot with you on kind of gathering the data. So thank you to Carla as well. And I'll also thank the department heads that fielded all my questions over the last couple of weeks. They were very responsive. So I appreciate them taking the time to go through those with me. So I just have a few comments, and I think some of these may lead into things that I would like to see happen for the next budget cycle. But the first one is on the turnbacks. I wouldn't have presented it quite like this. I think it's misleading to show that departments have turned back money when they requested transfers at the end of the fiscal year. So I'll take Board of Selectmen, for example. It shows that we returned $1,200, but we needed a reserve transfer or interdepartmental transfer. I also see that happened last year with showing that we returned $13,000 when we requested a transfer last year. So I think in presenting this, it shows an increase of what we thought we needed for the reserve fund, because we depleted the reserve fund more than what we needed to by transferring more than what was actually needed. And it's kind of muddying the waters on, and I'm going to pick on our budget, for example, that we returned money. We didn't. And so I think what we should do in the future is have a more accurate number on the, and sorry, Marty, I'm getting into the future on what I want to say. Do you want me to stop there and go to my next comment?
No, that's fine. Go ahead.
Okay, so what I'd like to see in the future is that we somehow mark the departments that had a transfer and that we more accurately transfer what's really needed, so that almost BOS would have returned 0 and that we mark it as they actually needed a transfer. Does that make sense?
Straightforward to me.
For the net
Yep.
net position, basically, instead of the
Yeah.
individual transactions.
Right. And I'm also curious as to for FY19, and Brian, I'm not expecting you to have the answer right now, but how come we transferred almost 14,000 more than what we needed? That seems odd to me.
Bonus.
So
Yeah, I can't, that's one I can't recall off the top, but sometimes I can recall them off the top of my head, but I can't recall, but I'll find out.
okay, thank you. My next comment is in going through the detail, and I'm going to pick on Board of Selectmen budget again, for FY20, we were presented, as well as advisory, with a transfer needed for postage, which was true. We went $10,000 over on postage. The transfer that was requested, though, was $5,000 because there were some line items that were under budget. So there was available funds to transfer, but we also had salary and deferred compensation that were over budget. And I think I'm all about transparency. And I think that the Board of Selectmen and advisory should be presented with all of the areas that went over budget so that we don't have a recurring issue in the next budget cycle. And we need to understand why things are going over budget. And I think, with the deferred compensation, that should be a straight calculation. And I think, Board of Selectmen needs to lead by example. And if we can't get it straight, how do we expect the department heads to follow a clear guideline in terms of what's expected? So I think we've had some missteps with the Board of Selectmen budget in particular. I think salary, there should be you have somebody leave and you have a vacancy for 3 months. So that's an explainable reason as to why salary is off. I don't think that that's happened in the Board of Selectmen budget. So I don't think that there's a good reason why salary should go over budget for Board of Selectmen in this fiscal year. So that I would like to see change for the next cycle, that when we're presented with these things, that every line item that's over is presented. And then we know then the net amount that's needed for a transfer is given to us, which would in this case have been the 5,000. My next comment, and this is going to lead into hopefully a motion that I'd like to make at some point, Marty, is we need to figure out how we want to handle the situation where salary is over budget, expenses is under budget, and the department is then able to transfer the expense to cover the salary. And I've seen this in multiple departments. I'm not going to call them out in this meeting, but I am concerned that departments are managing to just their department level budget and making sure that they're good. I think that we owe the taxpayers a commitment that if we approve salary X, expenses Y, that we're living within those bounds and that we have a policy in place. I understand things come up throughout the year, and it may make sense to shift some of that around, but I think we need to, as a board, need to come up with a policy that we can all agree to, that will be followed and shared with the departments.
Yeah, you actually got to that subject before I did. I actually meant to mention that on my last slide, because that's an important actually decision that I wanted the board to weigh in on. And for those who've been around a while, and maybe Marty might recall this, but years ago, the board used to, and I can't remember if it was during your tenure, you may not remember it, but we did have a policy for a while that if you were going to cross one of those categories, if you felt you needed to, then you had to write to you had to go to the Board of Selectmen and get their endorsement. We encourage that to, to explain it to the selectmen before you did it and to give a reason why you're doing it. So that's one way of approaching it. Or you could just, the board obviously, Ms. Malinowski might make a motion, but they could obviously take a harder line and just say there is no crossing. And, we're keeping salaries with salaries and expenses with expenses. And I totally understand that. And like I said, that was years ago, there was a little more clarity in that area. So good point.
And my last piece, I think, is more for Carla on the COVID expenses. So Marty, I don't know if you want to kind of finish up with Brian, or if you want to bring Carla in to talk about that piece.
He's here.
She's available now.
Okay.
I'm here.
And the one thing, Carl, before I do that, Mr. Butler asked a question. He's next in line, and the question was whether or not we wanted to reschedule for him. We had him slotted for 8 o'clock. Well, can we, Brian and Carla, with your indulgence, why don't we bring Mr. Butler in and have a quick conversation and see, because I'm guessing it sounds like we might have at least another 15 minutes, maybe longer than that, with Mr. Ballantyne. And so that's pushing us towards 9 o'clock. So can we bring Mr. Butler in and have a quick chat with him? See what I'm going to be dictated by his preference, quite frankly.
Hello.
Hi, John. How are you?
I'm fine. I just was thinking of you folks. I'm okay with anything. I'm just not, I can either, I'm ridiculously flexible these days. So if you want me to do it at a later meeting, I can do that. If you want me to hang around and do it later tonight, I'm up late anyway. So it's whatever you want.
I'd like to hear it, I guess.
Me as well.
Yeah,
Okay.
John, if you've got the bandwidth for.
Oh yeah, it's fine. It seemed as though you had a long conversation here, and I didn't want you to feel cramped. So anything's okay with me.
All right, we will we'll finish up with Mr. Ballantyne, and then obviously you're up next.
All right, that's fine.
Okay, thanks for your indulgence, John.
Sure, that's
All
fine.
right, take care. All right, sorry. So Chelsea, do you want to reframe what you wanted to hear from Ms.
Sure.
McAuliffe?
Sure. So, and Carla, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but the expenses that we're applying for through FEMA and CARES Act are not included in the turn back slide or any of the budget to actual reports that you're currently producing, right?
Correct. Yep.
Okay, and you have a listing of about $102,000 that you're segregating between FEMA and CARES Act to apply for. And can you just kind of walk through the timeline of when you're applying for those and the 75-25% between FEMA and CARES?
Sure. Yep. Basically, the state is going to be issuing some guidance on the next round of funding for the CARES Act, which we can go back to March to claim, start of COVID expenses through that. So they're going to be sending out some guidance at the end of this month. So we will be poised and ready. We are ready to go for the CARES reimbursement when the window becomes available. And there are certain expenses that FEMA has already said that they will deny. So those 100% will be reimbursed in the CARES Act. Other types of expenses, we will split those invoices and go 75% to FEMA and 25% for CARES. I do have a meeting scheduled with Neil Aspasi. He was deployed to Oregon on the search and rescue team, but he's back safely, which is great. And we're going to meet next week and regarding the FEMA expenses, and we've categorized those, and I feel we're ready to move on that as well. So We're dangerously close.
And you're also working with the schools on understanding what they can apply for in terms of their grants, and then covering anything that kind of falls outside of that from the CARES Act money. Right?
Yes, yep, they have the 3 grants that they could apply for. They have been utilizing those grants to their maximum. And it looks like they're going to apply to us for 21 for PPE. But other than that, like their technology will be covered in their technology grant. And we're having like a once a week conversation just to check in, just to see how things are progressing. A lot going on at the schools.
Great. Thanks, Carla. I just wanted to
You're
make sure I
welcome.
got that information.
Yep.
I'm all set. Thanks, Brian.
All right, Mr. Shea.
Actually, nothing on the slides up to this point. My comments were more going to be focused on direction moving forward. Thanks.
All right, we'll get back to that in a second. Mr. Stivers.
Thanks. I guess my question primarily is around the pandemic grant stuff. At one point I saw a list of all the possible categories for reimbursement, and I continue to be surprised. I've made this comment previously that we haven't been able to find more than $100,000 of reimbursement opportunity. I would hope that we are working hard to be aggressive with that, not pushing beyond the lines, but as active as we can to find categories for expenses. And I also saw in a letter from the State Secretary of Administration and Finance last month that said that they've counted over 100 grants that are related to pandemic. And again, I got to believe that we probably haven't looked at all those 100. And there may be somebody out there who has and could be helpful in terms of advising us as far as opportunities that even though our staff, I'm sure, is working overtime to try to find these things. I bet there are people out there who've made a business out of looking for opportunities across that entire range of possibilities. And I would hope we could find a way to explore some of those and make sure we aren't passing up opportunities with that, because again, there's a lot of chaos out there in terms of this process, and the folks who are targeted and focused and who understand the rules, I think, can take great advantage of that versus sort of waiting back and sort of seeing what happens. So again, I'm not sure what the right way to do it is, but it may be worth investigating, finding people who are making a business or focus on sorting that out in terms of where to look, how to apply, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, I mean, I would say, yeah, we could go to our peers, and because they're a great place always to get information from. So that's one thought. But as far as the other comment, I know Carla has been, well, Ms. McCall has been very diligent about going to the departments and beating the bushes for what expenses can they put in. So I'd be confident on that point that
okay, good.
She's getting those.
Okay, thanks. That's my main question.
Okay, and again, we're going to loop back on going forward stuff, but coming back now full circle, Ms. Braccio, to you for both comments for the numbers, but also you're first in line for going forward as well. Did you plan it that way?
Actually, this was very fruitful because I was going to delve a little deeper than Chelsea did. So I had a lot of the same comments that Chelsea had, and I was going to be a little bit more specific. She specifically called out the Board of Selectmen's budget. I was going to be a little bit more detailed. So thank you, Chelsea. You saved the board from listening to me. But what I will say, just to keep this short, I know Mr. Butler's waiting, is one of the things I found very useful to me is I think the board should have a detailed copy of the expenditure ledger. So you can tie it back to the actual turn back that we did. I found it very enlightening. And I think going forward, and this ties in with the salary item that Chelsea was talking about, if a lot of departments within this budget were tied to the salary number, we'd be looking at a very different picture, I think. It's when you start comparing salaries and expenditures. So their salary item might have $50,000 left, but they're over $45,000 on the projections on budget. So it's a wash and you get $5,000 back and it's a win. It's not the true picture. So I would request that the board get a copy of the ledger I found it informative. Maybe other members of the board won't find it as informative as I did, and apparently Chelsea did as well. I just think it gives you a better picture as we plan ahead to the next budget season, to be able to ask some of the questions as to, why some of these items were under budgeted so much, or why we over budgeted for it. So
Lisa, can I interrupt for 1 second?
absolutely.
And that is, and because Brian, we've had a couple of suggestions about additional ways to present items. Is the budget software that you talked about a couple of meetings ago, is that something that can be used to identify these specific categories and tailor a report for these items?
Not in that sense. It's
No,
more of a
okay.
collaborative tool with the ongoing budget.
Okay,
It's
that's
not a-
fine.
Yeah, okay.
That's fine. Yep.
I won't
And-
go further.
And Marty, my only point for bringing it up is I think it's a great conversation starter when we start looking at the next budget season, and we know that this next fiscal year is going to be really tough, and it might generate some questions as to why something was one way, and there's probably some great answers as to why it happened that way. But I think it's beneficial for the board to have it. It was very eye-opening for me. So
Yeah,
I believe.
I think Brian, number one, I was hoping maybe there was some flexibility in that in the new software. But Brian, I guess for these and the other items, I guess we leave it to you in that respect to come up with some suggestions about how to present that in a summary form that allows us to identify things we might want to dive deeper into. Does that make sense?
Sure. No, the getting the data to you is probably easy. I guess it would be more of this, is this part of your quarterly report, or is it something you want every month, or something like that? That's all. Just a little clarity on that.
Okay. Lisa, were you done?
Yes, with this piece, yes.
Okay. All right. Chelsea?
I was just going to respond to Brian's question. So I've spent a lot of time looking at the detailed budgets for every department. And I think I have taken a lot of the department heads' time to respond to questions that we're now 2.5 months out of this fiscal year that we're talking about. So I think at least quarterly, it would be helpful, because I think some things had come up, let's say in January, and the department head has to go backwards to figure out what happened there. And I think at least quarterly, and I think it should be bucketed so that we can see and percentages of where we're at year to date. And then, I think Sam had mentioned in our goal setting meeting, talking about the storyline that goes along with that. So if there's a way that we could just have a note and say, we know why this happened, we don't need to look at it at year end because we already know.
Right.
And Marty, if I may add just one other point as well on to kind of piggyback on what Chelsea said is I will thank all the department heads and Mr. Purple, because I personally had a huge list of questions trying to explain how we got to where we got based on the detail. So I would just like to thank them all for their indulgence and taking the time to spend with answering the questions that I had.
Chelsea, was that it for you? Okay. Brian, and this now is, you said you had a number of items on the going forward?
Yes. So I.
No. This was for Brian Shea, Brian Ballantyne.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we got to be careful.
You guys got to do something about your names.
So I guess the only thing that I would offer for guidance moving forward would just point out, plus or minus a year ago, we had this very similar, initial kickoff meeting as we started to plan for the budget. And direction was given, and everybody worked hard towards working towards a budget that at the end of the day, late February, early March, everybody was in support of. It was put into the warrant, and the pandemic hit, and we then quickly moved to a manner to revisit those budgets with a keener look on, recognizing the impact that a lot of the residents have, how they've been adversely impacted by this pandemic. The pandemic isn't going away anytime soon. We're still in the midst of it. I think if any direction is to be given, I think it ought to be focus that we had from March 1st until we actually had our town meeting in June, that ought to be direction given on budgets that are produced, more so than the guidance that may have been given a year ago now. I just think that we're going to be in that similar situation, and I think we just ought to focus on that mindset from the beginning, and getting to that point for March 1st, 2021.
Yeah, I agree with that. I don't think this is going to be, I'm not sure what exactly a normal budget year looks like, but I'm pretty sure this is not going to be one. Was that it, Mr. Shea?
Yes.
Yes. All right, Mr. Cyrus.
Yeah, I guess I don't have a lot to add to what folks are suggesting already. I mean, again, I think a conservative approach going forward certainly makes sense. I think a more detailed look at a lot of the financials and transaction basis. I'm looking forward to getting access to the new budgeting software. I think that'll help us get a better insight in terms of sort of what's going on as the budget process develops. And so I think simply just careful scrutiny of the process as we go forward, and good suggestions about how we display some of this information, I think very helpful as well. So I guess I would say going forward, last year we took a fairly hard line on terms of no new positions, which I think is sort of the starting point, although I'm often reluctant to draw too hard a line because I think there are things that come up that you need to be flexible about, and we did a little bit of that last time around. And so I think that's sort of the basic assumption I have going forward. But again, keep an open mind in terms of other problems, opportunities, et cetera. And I think one thing that we haven't looked at as hard historically is some restructuring in various places to find ways to not need as many people in some places by consolidating things or whatever, and maybe free up a little capacity to deal with other pressures going forward. So at some point, I think it would be helpful to take a high level look at are we structured properly, sort of from the top down. If we could start over again, what would we do? Not that we would necessarily, but sometimes that gives you a good view of how you might think differently about overall staffing. So that's it for me.
Before I go around one more time, Brian, I'm just going to weigh in very quickly. And Sam, following up on something you said, I think for fiscal year 21, we took a vote and have been clear that no new positions. Now, obviously, never say never, but at least right now we said never for purposes of fiscal year 21. I think that's that is our current position, and I mean I'm comfortable with that for a number of reasons. Some of them Mr. Shea touched upon, but I guess at the end of the day that if someone comes up with a budget that includes no new positions but has a sidebar that says, but there are dire consequences if some new, I suppose there's always the potential to be persuaded, but I think going into this fiscal year that the message, I don't think we should soften the message that I think we've, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that's the message we sent, and which is no new positions. Am I wrong about that?
Technically, I think it was no new positions without an identified funding source, to pay for that position.
Yeah.
But I think certainly in this time, it's going to be a very difficult sell to convince people that there will be an identified revenue source with everything going on. So I think revenues are going to continue to be a challenge as we move forward. But in general, I am still very much in support of that position that, unless there's, a clear identified means to pay for that new position, then that should not be the direction that departments should be going.
Right. Yeah, and Brian and Vanessa and Mark, when he gets better and sits down and watches the tape. I don't think we want to soften that message at this point. And I don't disagree with you, Sam, that there's always a possibility. But right now, I think if you made a motion to soften it, Sam, I just counting the cards pretty quickly. I think that it would not carry the day. And I don't think we want to soften that message to the departments that they shouldn't be thinking about adding any positions for fiscal year 21.
Yeah, and just to be clear, I'm not suggesting a motion to do that. I'm saying that I think that's the right position to start with. On the other hand, I'm always prepared to listen to people, and but it's going to be a hard sell. But I think you got to listen. If somebody's got an urgent need to talk about, I think we need to listen.
Fair enough.
Marty, can I add one thing?
Yeah, Lisa.
So I'll just throw this out there from my personal perspective. If Brian, if you're looking for direction from 1 of 5, I would be looking more towards a level funded budget going into, for me personally, going into the next year. I think it's going to be tough all around. And I think if we're at a starting point, for me, that's a starting point that I would want to see. Just 1 of 5.
That was going to be that general area was going to be my next going down the decisions and comments. I assume that's what you meant by alternative budget scenarios. Last year we did the budget we had in response to the pandemic, the budget we had agreed upon, then with a 0% increase and with a 2% increase. I don't think we're there yet, but I think the idea of communicating the discipline of a level funded budget makes an awful lot of sense, because we don't know what the hell is going to happen in terms of state aid. What's going to happen with the presidential election and the congressional elections, and what kind of impact might that have on a CARES Act round 2 or 3 in terms of local. We just don't know. And I think we just got to be incredibly conservative until we have some sort of indication of where finances are going to be coming from.
I'm sorry, Marty, I didn't mean to jump ahead.
No, no, that's fine. That's fine. And so that's, what's the third thing? Changes to I'm fine with the budget process and with the timeline you've laid out. It seemed reasonable last year. We had a budget in place. Again, before all hell broke loose, that I thought the process worked well. So I don't have any, other than getting the additional information that Ms. Malinowski and Ms. Braccio specifically I've identified. I think that makes a lot of sense. But other than that, I don't have any proposed changes to your budget process. And let's see, was there anything else? Any other direction? Hang on. Come in low, come in, level funded, and hope that we don't have to go even lower than that, depending on what the state aid and other factors look like. Do we have another go around? I'll start with Lisa. You're all set, Chelsea?
So just one other thing to add to the quarterly report, Brian, would be in addition to budget to actual for each department, could we also include the revenue? What's coming for?
Oh, yes, sure. Yeah,
So that we can see, like, I know building inspections were down
right.
the end of last year. So just so we can kind of see where we're landing, I
Right.
think helpful. And so can I do my motion now, Marty? Okay.
You're muted.
I'm sorry. 1 second, Chelsea. Brian, I just want to make sure we've exhausted everything before we deal with a particular motion. Brian, are you all set?
I'm all set. Thank you.
Sam?
Yes.
All right. Chelsea, except for your motion, I think we're done with Mr. Ballantyne.
Okay.
What's
So you
your
want me
motion?
Okay, so I'd like to make a motion that the Board of Selectmen, in conjunction with the advisory committee, develop a policy for all departments to manage salary and expenses within those lines.
Second.
Discussion? Can I just amend that?
Sure.
Chelsea, to manage salary and expenses, period. And give the flexibility of exactly what they want to do in terms of the lines. That's all. I know what the intent is. Or do you feel it's important to have that last clause in the motion?
So I think it's important to have the last clause in the
Okay,
motion.
then I'll withdraw my amendment.
I do
Okay.
too, yeah.
Okay, fair
I
enough.
think clarifies it.
Okay, any other discussion? All right,
So
Ms.
actually,
Braccio.
sorry, Chelsea, if you could just repeat the part that deals with advisory again.
So that BOS, in conjunction with advisory, develop a policy on how to handle budget. No, how to handle salary versus expenses within those lines.
Okay. So I'm not going to make a big deal of it, but I mean, technically advisory should be independent of Board of Selectmen in a lot of ways and should, offer an independent view of it. And I'm just wondering if it just ought to be the board that does this and advisory can do the work that advisory does to, to weigh in and observe it. That's my only question on that.
Actually, I think that's a good point. I know maybe Chelsea's having trouble letting go of her advisory roots.
There are 3 or 4
Don't want to get those
others here.
people mad at her right away.
4 others with that problem.
But I actually think Brian's point is a good one for us to develop a policy, and then if advisory comes back and wants to weigh in and have us reconsider and revise it, I think that will accomplish what you're trying to.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
I agree, Marty, and I'll take it a step further. I'll also volunteer Chelsea to draft the policy. She knows where she wants to go, so let's let her run.
All right, so as amended at the request of Mr. Shea, I'm not going to have you repeat it again. I think we all understand what the motion is.
And I'll second the amendment.
Okay. So basically with advisory taken out of the motion, that's where we are. No further discussion. Ms. Braccio.
Aye.
Ms. Malinowski.
Aye.
Mr. Shea.
Aye.
Mr. Stivers.
Aye.
Mr. Healy is aye. It is unanimous. Mr. Ballantyne, hit leave meeting as quickly as you can.
Before we change our mind.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Brian. And thank you, Carla.
Thanks, Carla.
All right, Mr. Butler.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can, John. And before we completely turn it over to you, and I'm not going to blow smoke for too long, but I just want to say that over the course of a lot of years looking at materials that have been developed for consideration of policy, I've seen a ton of PowerPoints, I've seen a ton of research, and I'm not sure that I've ever seen one as comprehensive, detailed, and helpful as what you did with the transfer station. So just on behalf of the board and the town, thank you for that effort. It was pretty amazing.
Well, I have to say that, Karen, thank you, appreciate that. I also have to say, Karen Gallagher.
Oh, we just lost you, John. Whoops.
John, you're back, but muted.
Okay, I just said unmute. I think we're just transitioning to my being a participant here.
So John, you should be able to share your screen as well.
You
when
should
you're
have a
ready.
lot of authority now, John.
Yeah.
Okay, so now I'm going to try sharing screen, and you tell me if this image that you're seeing works for you. I can try just sharing the one window. Brian Ballantyne may have encountered some difficulties that I saw with that, but I'm going to try that, and then we'll see how that works.
We see you.
Do you see the screen window now? No.
No.
Okay, let's try this one more time. It says this, I'm going to say share here, see what happens.
Ah,
Got it.
now you're in
Okay.
the corner.
Now,
and
now let's see if slide change works, because Brian was encountering difficulty with that. Did you see the screen, the
Yes.
slide change?
It did.
Okay, so good. Then I'm going to launch, if that's okay with you. I'm going to start, right?
Okay, absolutely. Go ahead.
All right, so I want to first alert you that since I sent the document over to you, which was substantially the same as that presented to the Capital Committee, I had a few further thoughts, which I've highlighted in this other color here about the Wheeler-Brader contract renewal, which I hope to get to at the end of this. Because of that, I'm going to move fairly briskly. I'm going to assume that people have had a chance to look at what was presented to capital budget, and that will warrant my moving along more quickly. And that if people have questions on some of the details that I skip over, you can come back and question me later on. So I give you some time for that. Okay, so this is a summary. And the topics we're going to cover are sort of the big picture, what's going on with Southware operations, look at some comparable towns, what some of the choices are that are faced in the short term. This is what was kicked this off. Should we rebuild the transfer station is the sort of question that kicked us off. So we're going to look at all the questions that face us right now, some conclusions, but I'm going to add to this for tonight's presentation only, some thoughts I've had about the Wheeler-Brader contract renewal, which is a ways out, but I think we should think about. Okay, so the big picture here, landfills handle most of the US, but we do waste to energy or incineration producing electricity. That's common in Massachusetts and in New England. And it's a good system that is now meeting with approval once again. And it's the way the European countries and generally areas with high population density are going towards waste to energy. And our system there with Wheeler-Brader has been pretty stable and good. Recycling, on the other hand, is an unstable area worldwide. It's advocated for, but it's very volatile, and some parts of it are seriously broken. We don't get to make the policy decisions about that. DEP, Mass DEP does, but we need to sort of be aware that there's likely to be continued gyrations in that area. I also want to point out now that the statutory situation is twofold. One is, oddly enough, the Board of Health has authority over this area. It's a historical precedent. It comes from really the 19th century, before DEP existed. And they retain licensing authority and quality handling authority for every town. Ours is inactive and hasn't been active for 30 plus years. But one of the things you'll find that I think we ought to do is see about asking the Board of Health to become a little bit more active so we can understand better what's going on here. We'll get to that later. Mass DEP, on the other hand, makes really all the rules that we have to follow. They are advocates for recycling, reasonably enough, but they don't have any answers to worldwide recycling problems any more than we could on our own. They do now support waste to energy. Those of you who watched this situation 15, 20 years ago would know that there was a period of time when they didn't want any more waste to energy or incineration plants, but now they do again, but they're not getting them because they're expensive. Okay, so now what's our own situation here? Southborough, I must emphasize, has a mixed model of town and private. The town portion of it is the transfer station option for residents. Our trash, sometimes called refuse or MSW, the stuff that goes in the big hopper, goes to Wheeler-Brader. E.L. Harvey handles our recyclables, and most of it we pay for through user fees. That portion of all the generators of trash here in Southborough constitutes 50% of our levy base, if you think of it in dollar terms. And that's the only way to think of it, because commercial entities are excluded, and they're about 20% of our levy base. So we have about a 50-50 split here in terms of refuse disposition between town-based system and private. The private consists of curbside by contractors. 30% of households are going curbside, households including condos and apartments, and all the commercial users. Early on in this, I did contact Economic Development Commission, said, is this an issue for you? Answer was no, they haven't heard about it. Okay, fine. We should still keep them in the loop. So if you add up the residents who use curbside and the commercial portion of the levy, about half of our levy base is handled privately and half of it goes to the transfer station. How do we actually do it? Well, Wheelabrator is an incineration facility. You sometimes hear it called Millbury. That's because that's where it is. Our contract, which I believe initially was either a 30 or 50-year contract. These are long contracts. Goes through the end of calendar 2027. It does contemplate its renewal inside the terms of the contract. It covers, it's intended that we deliver residential and small business trash to Wheelabrator. So, and it's supposed to come from Southborough. So that's the basic parameters. It has an attractive, to us, escalator clause. It's a fraction of the CPI for municipal expense. It's pretty good. And our current price is below market, about $69 a ton versus about $100. Although I did not shop the market, but that's the basic report. $100 spot market for tilting fee right now. Wheelabrator I did look into. It used to be part of Waste Management. They divested it to an LLP that's European based. Unfortunately, that means we don't have detailed financials. The contract says that they're supposed to maintain a $50 million net worth. My experience is those clauses never work. But nevertheless, we have an owner who owns a large portfolio of these kinds of investments worldwide. Presumably, they know what they're doing. We should keep an eye going forward in the future on Wheelabrator's negotiations with other towns who may be in the renegotiation queue ahead of us. All right, let's look at the transfer station itself. It's a physical facility. The hopper itself is maintainable indefinitely with reasonable maintenance. And its own history suggests that this is indeed the case because we haven't really had frequent or extended periods of downtime. One aspect of it currently is it requires 2 staff attendants because of the physical layout. And that is what triggered looking at this, the question of whether we should rebuild it for better sight lines for staff attendance. We'll come back to that. E.L. Harvey handles the recycling. Used to be free and now costs $57 a ton on average, with some of it that commingled up to $100 a ton. Note that the situation is that it would be cheaper to send the commingled to Wheelabrator, but it's illegal. So it's an unstable situation with respect to recyclables, and it's unstable worldwide. All right, now let's look further at the operations with respect to costs. MSW going to Wheelabrator, we're spending $175,000 a year, moving 2,500 tons. The tonnage has declined over the last 15 years, and it appears that it's been declining both per capita and absolute levels. It's a little hard we have to sort of do a little more extrapolation than we would like to know that, because we don't really have the good data. We also know nothing about the commercial side, no data on it. The cost of tipping is down from 7 years ago due to a contract revision which occurred within the last decade. It's going up very slightly now, but slowly, and it's under pretty good control, I would say. Recyclables, on the other hand, are the opposite. They're not under good control. They're volatile. We don't know what's going to happen with them. And they've gone from $0 to $100 a ton in the space of a couple of years for some of the categories, and the others are up also. Our total tipping expense, that's the cost of getting rid of the stuff, for both recyclables and MSW is $230,000 in fiscal 19. Some of these years that I use bounce around a little bit, but I've been careful to ensure that the changes in dates aren't affecting any conclusions one would make from a management viewpoint. All right, now look at the overall operational costs. The key point here is that it costs money to run the transfer station, $311,000. That includes, I went over Karen's number. She was missing some retirement costs to put those in. So if you are looking carefully at some accounts, you'll find that it doesn't match exactly what she reported, but that's because I found some things missing and added them in. But if you look at the total cost, $540,000 to run the transfer station, to run everything, $230,000 of it is the dominant variable cost, and $311,000, or almost all of that, is pretty fixed. So that's an important part of the fundamentals from a management viewpoint here, is that we have a high fixed cost relative to the total cost picture. Our variable cost is less than $80 a ton. Karen and I haven't tried to sharpen pencils on this exactly, but it may be even closer to $70 a ton. It's certainly under 80. And our total cost per disposed ton through the transfer station is 140. These are numbers to keep in mind because they're relevant when we look at other towns. All right, so where does the money come from to run it? Well, about 80% of it, 78% comes from sticker fees, and the balance, 118,000, came from the levy. That's a little less than 1/3 of 1% of the levy. Now, we need to back off, however, a minute. If you're going to consider major changes, like the possibility of going to municipal curbside, then you need to look at the bigger cost picture, because you have to look at how all the citizens are disposing of trash and what that costs. And so the total costs are the sum of the T-station operations plus residential private curbside, what the spending is on that, plus commercial disposal. And now, having said that, I'm going to immediately say we don't know anything about commercial disposal costs, so we just can't do that piece of it. But we need to recognize that that would be part of a proper comprehensive analysis. If we estimate what the costs are of the residential curbside, we did a survey and we found that we could account for only 435 subscribers talking to the haulers, but some of those, what they have as a single account, could be a condo location. So we know that there are about 1,000 households not accounted for. And so if we impute a cost for curbside to those, we come up with an estimate of our current total residential disposal expense of $980,000. And that's a figure of merit when considering alternative models. I'm not suggesting we need to switch to alternative models, but if we want to think about them economically, you need to look at the numbers that way. All right, so now let's look at the price volume economics that we operate under. First of all, I just said the review. We have large fixed expense. We have a variable cost of about $80 a ton. And we also, I haven't noted this, but we have excess capacity in the transfer station itself, a lot of excess capacity. And we have a comparatively low cost per ton relative to the market. We'll come back to what the importance of that fact might be a little bit later. Our current customer economics, customer being a residence site, puts in about 1.6 tons per year per customer household, and they pay about $173 a year average revenue per household after all discounts. So if you take all the number of eligible people of residences eligible to deliver trash to the transfer station and divide the total fees, you get $173 is what we're collecting per customer. So our estimated cost for that, a customer brings in $173 at the transfer station. Our costs are $109 a year, which is our average cost for variable expense, which includes both MSW and recyclables, of $68 times 1 per ton times 1.6 tons yields $109. So the net result of this is, when we look at this on a contribution a contribution to fixed expense basis, the average customer yields about $64 operating margin towards those fixed expenses that you saw. And that includes all the recyclables. The implication of this contribution to fixed expenses is that if we lose customers, that's bad. And if we gain customers, that's good. And we compete. We must be aware that we compete with curbside. And so we have to offer, if we want to be doing this at all, which we don't necessarily have to, but if we want to run a transfer station, we have to have it be competitive so that it covers its, so that aggregate costs are reasonable. And we're going to look at two exceptions where they've not paid attention to that and their aggregate costs are unreasonable, which is Wayland and Sudbury. We shouldn't operate as if we imagine we're running a monopoly. All our citizens have choices, and in other towns, they've fled the transfer stations and gone to private curbside. The other point here is that more volume, if there was some way to do it at at our price per ton, more volume at market price per ton, given our costs, would potentially be attractive. Not sure we're going to be able to do that, but it's an important thing that drops out of the quantitative analysis. All right, now we had to pick out some comparable towns. I did that by querying the Mass DOR database. The important thing here is that I didn't first look at, well, how are they doing their trash hauling and then include them or not. We just did it based on basically population, income per capita, and population density. Density is important because if you're going to run trucks around to do curbside, density is a piece of the cost. We ended up picking Medfield, Norwell, Wayland, and Sudbury to look at. And the methods for gathering information was to dive through their public postings of budgets and things, and then interview people. So that's what I did. I've compressed this a little bit from the presentation to Capitol, but Medfield basically is a clone of Southborough in most respects, except their sticker fee is low and they have a little bit higher portion paid for by tax. I interviewed the DPW chief who said, yeah, we had a town-wide consideration vote or something like that, or some sort of plebiscite about municipal curbside, and it was rejected a few years ago, he said. Medfield, in all respects, runs a model like ours. It seems to be operating well, and it costs comparable to our own. Norwell is completely different, but also working well. It provides full residential curbside service by the town municipality, and weekly pickups, MSW, and recyclables. It's not really a pay-as-you-throw system. You get to fill a big barrel and a bigger barrel every week. So the chances of needing more is low. If you do have more, you do have to pay as you throw, but the revenue and the amount of that is very low. 3,600 households, they're spending $308 per household in a single contract with Waste Management. All the pickup is contracted through to Waste Management there. It's a completely different model, and it seems to work. All right, now let's look at two other communities that are quite different. Sudbury has a town transfer station that they're operating and paying for in an enterprise fund situation, which means that it's mostly paying for itself, except for occasional capital spending, which comes off the tax base. But their story is that they have a very low subscriber base for the transfer station, 885 users there versus 4,500 private curbside. And then when you look at how the T station operates, the cost per disposed ton is around $320. We're spending $140 per ton. In fact, Sudbury's transfer station customers may be paying more per ton that they deliver than they would if they were buying curbside. So their costs are very high. Now, we can't say that the Sudbury subscribers to the transfer station are unhappy about that. Maybe they prefer transfer station to curbside, but the number that the cost per ton that goes to that transfer station is staggeringly large. Wayland is halfway to that miserable world. Their transfer station has a good number more subscribers, but they're still mostly residential curbside predominantly. And again, we see some of the same things. Their cost per disposed ton at the transfer station is $249. That's probably, best as I can tell, just a little bit below the point at which those transfer station users may be saving some money by using a transfer station versus curbside, but it's still really high. The chief in Wayland says, we'd probably save money by closing the transfer station, but it's tough to do. And they just put $1.4 million in capital improvements into a transfer station that very few people are using. And he says no newcomers are using. So interesting, if you want to know if you can drive the town into a ditch, yeah, there's a handy ditch and it's right there and you can drive into it if you want to. All right, so here's just driving home some of those lessons. High fixed expense of transfer stations is a key economic factor. Don't take customers for granted. They can move to private curbside. Norwell and Medfield, on the other hand, show that different models can work if you manage it well. And I estimate that Norwell's costs are about 15% higher than our total costs right now. In other words, if we wanted to jump to the Norwell model, our total expenditure, including what people are spending now for curbside, residential curbside, plus transfer station, if we shut down the transfer station, our costs would be up about 15%, best guess. However, it would be a one-size-fits-all model. And for everyone who uses the Southward transfer station today, the cost would be higher. And it's very hard to know in that situation, such as Norwell, it's hard to know if there's a value to marketplace choices. That is there a value to, right now, I have 3 or 4 different trucking companies that I could have my trash picked up from. Is there a value to those choices? There's some value, but it's hard to quantify what it is. All right, so what's the situation here in Southborough now? Curbside quote, I just shopped the market, and you can get a quote for $442 per year for weekly pickup. You can spend more. I'm not sure why you would, but some of the other providers want you to pay a little more. The T station is $250 is the base price. That's your price picture. That if you move here, that's what you're looking at from a price viewpoint. So therefore, there's not an awful lot of room to raise the T station price if you work from the assumption that many people do, which is that curbside is regarded as a better service by many. Now, not everyone feels that way, but a lot of people feel that way. And as for pay as you throw, it gets complicated, and generally it's annoying to people. They have to buy and use special bags or tags, and the curbside, even though there are limits to how much you can drop off, it reduces the pay as you throw annoyance compared to having to have special bags to throw in the hopper at the transfer station. Okay, so looking back then at the comparables, how do we stack up? Well, we've got a pretty good situation. We've got choices for residents at a variety of price points shown here. We have a comparatively low tax burden on non-users of the transfer station. If you don't want to use a transfer station, you're not spending a lot, you're not being asked to spend a lot of money on the transfer station. And that's a pretty big portion of the levy base, half of it. Residential users, residential non-users, it costs $25 a year for them to have the option of the transfer station as a less expensive choice. So they're spending $25 a year out of their $10,000 average tax bill is for the transfer station. So not a big piece of the thing, 0.3%. Commercial taxpayers, it's 20%. It's 20% of their 20%. So if they look at it and sort of say, "Is this a big thing that's hitting us?" The transfer station it certainly is not. We have a good cost per ton among comparable towns. I mean, we look at this and we're doing fine. And from a social responsibility viewpoint, it appears that our tonnage is declining on a per capita basis, which is the usual measure. But we don't have really good data, and I'll come back to that later. But that's what it looks like. So I also want to pose here. There's a Wheeler-Bader contract coming up, and we really need. I have to emphasize, we really need better data before we get into the slope of having to negotiate another Wheeler-Bader contract. Okay. So now, should we make any major changes now? Let's look at what the options are. And this is everything we could consider for the short term. And they divide into operational management choices. How do we want to run this thing? And then secondly, how do we want to pay for it and account for it? So those are different things. You know, the first group affect the operations. The second group just affects how you collect money for it. Okay, one option is get rid of the T station and switch to curbside only. It's absolutely feasible. There are choices. A, you could go to private only. Just get rid of the T station and say, "Sorry, residents, we're out of this business." Boylston did exactly that about, I think, 15 years ago or so. Worked fine. It does have the highest total cost for residents, although it's not, the government isn't involved anymore. I estimate about $1.8 million a year if we just did this, as opposed to currently we're spending $980,000 a year. So by having government involvement, currently, we're getting our trash collected for less money than we would, but this gives everybody choices and gets the town out of the business. Then B way to get curbside is a town-wide contract with a private operator. This is what Norwell does. And also, by the way, Medway does this. Medway has maybe the best contract that I found around. But assuming we can't do as economical as Medway for some reason, the estimate would be right now that it would cost a little over $1 million, but until we go to bid on it, we don't really know. But so I put a wide range down there, 925 to 1.5 million. So what would the effect? The effect would be current curbside users who are doing it privately will pay less if we do this. And everyone who's at the transfer station will pay more, but they'll have curbside pickup. In talking with the fellow at Wayland, GPW chief there, who previously worked at Medway and who has worked under both kinds of systems, he said you have to have a customer handling or customer response system is something you have to deal with, and you have to monitor the quality of the contract compliance. Okay, I didn't look at town trucks. You know, could we have town employees picking up trash curbside and using town trucks? Didn't consider it, could be. The question, however, would be why do this switch at all? And the current system works, it's not necessary to make the change. It might be citizen preference. Okay, now an altogether different off of that, moving off of town curbside, an altogether different thing is private operation of the T station. Westboro has a transfer station that's owned by E.L. Harvey. I don't know if they own the land, but they operate it for them. And I didn't look at this carefully. It needs to be understood, however, before we get into a Wheelabrator contract renewal discussion later this decade. All right, the transfer station could be rebuilt. This is another big choice that was facing us. This is what triggered this whole thing. The idea was to rebuild it so it could be supervised by one employee. It just doesn't have a financial justification that was hoped for. You save $80,000 a year round numbers, but it costs you $2.5 million. I did a fancy analysis completely pointlessly. You can do a simple one, just divide. It takes 30 years to pay for itself. You know, there's no 30 years is, you know, think of some other reason. It's not a financial justification. So land repurposing, anyway, there's no point of doing this financially from a financial viewpoint. And Karen certainly didn't disagree with this at all when we reviewed this. I've reviewed, of course, all this with her multiple times. Another operational choice is to adopt a pay-as-you-throw system. I don't put that in the revenue side because its main purpose is reduction of volume. 137 of 350 Massachusetts communities use it today. It was trending strongly for maybe a dozen years ago, and now I don't think it is so much, but those who have it have stayed with it. I would be concerned that we would lose customers at the transfer station and be stuck with the high expense situation, and we'd end up looking like Wayland and Sudbury. But it could be looked at further. There are all kinds of complications, including where to sell the bags. There's no supermarket here. There's a bunch of stuff that would be problems, but could be dealt with. Another option to save money would be to shorten the transfer station hours. It is clear that at our current number of hours, we are at the higher end of most of the municipalities that I looked at. Could look at some more, but that certainly does, you notice that. Whether there'll be any savings to be realized is usually a complicated question having to do with labor hours and unions and all kinds of things. Now let's look at the question of equitability of pricing methods often comes up. I would note that there is no single standard for equitability that is universally applied. But I would say our current practice, which is mixed, has good equitability. It's mostly paid for by user fees. That is usually one standard is, do people who use this thing pay for it? That's a sort of a base standard for equitability, but not the only standard for equitability that people apply. It has a relatively low burden on non-users, as we've covered before. The senior discount that we have also meets some equitability tests, and that seniors in the town impose relatively low costs compared to other segments, particularly the 40% of households who have school children in the public school systems. So there's an equitability case that can be, that, you know, it's a bit of an eye of the beholder, but you can see that there as it has a blend of equitability factors that are justifying it. And I would say, you know, you don't have to look at equitability, but if you do, you may as well look at some of the numbers. All right, now another thing that comes up all the time and is just permanently kicking around is to fund the T station completely with the levy and eliminate the sticker fee. The equitability analysis of that is peculiarly bad, it seems to me, that in that you have all the non-users, half the levy base doesn't use a transfer station. Some of it can't use it, the commercial, the residentials who choose not to. So you'd be raising taxes on half the tax base to benefit the other half. And calling that, you know, sort of blending that into some equitability story to me is difficult. And it would be a price increase for seniors who currently benefit from the current system. Administratively, we'd still need stickers, and you need to find space for $425,000 in the levy. It's about a 1% bump up. That can be done, but it's not trivial. Okay, now, since I put this out to the capital plan committee, I had a response from one citizen who said, you know, you're wrong, you should put it in the levy, and made 2 points. One was that the levy would be tax deductible. So I thought about it, I hadn't really dove into it. So I did look at it more. The answer is no. You got it's because of the way the federal tax rate is written, tax law is written, is not actually deductible for almost anyone. In Southborough, because of the $10,000 cap for itemizers, deduction itemizers, and an average $10,000 tax bill here in Southborough, not to mention state income tax and state sales tax, there's almost nobody who's under the, for whom this would have a marginal advantage. The fairness advantage of the levy is dubious. I'm not going to get into it any further, but I basically, this came up after that, and I thought I'd mention. So how can we balance revenue and costs then if we wanted to consider getting rid of the 0.3% that's on the levy right now, the $118,000? Lower costs by rebuilding the transfer station, worth looking at, but it doesn't look good from an economic viewpoint. The other side is to potentially increase revenue by picking up more MSW tonnage where our costs are low and we have spare capacity. This requires further investigation. I want to be clear, I'm not promising that this can work. Karen is interested in it. We can work on it some more and see if we can pick up some, potentially pick up some revenue here because of our current good situation with respect to that. Accounting choices. People kick around these questions. Should we switch to enterprise? Should we switch to revolving fund? Revolving fund is terribly restrictive. The DPW chief in Wayland wants to get rid of it, basically because there's no deficits permitted at all. I want to draw a distinction for you between the notion of the accounting method and good management practices. Wayland and Sudbury both have enterprise or revolving fund, and they're both running very high cost systems that seem marginally justifiable, and one of them would like to get rid of it. So I can't see a reason for switching to these other accounting methods, and I think it would be problematic. All right, the next thing is I have a recommendation, which is that I think we should ask the Board of Health to license private haulers here in town. Many towns do it, hundreds, in fact, have licensing for private haulers. And that we should get information from the haulers about, as a part of their licensing, as to how many tons they're hauling, what of each type, the major types, how many pickup locations, and the disposition of the refuse by type. That's the traditional Board of Health interest. Since the Capital Budget Committee meeting, I have looked at quite a few towns, their licensing, and there are examples of others who are asking this right now. I believe we need 5 years of good data townwide before we get into a renegotiation with Wheelabrator. I think that's important. You know, the Wheelabrator contract was originally a 30 or 50-year contract. We do so few of those that to go into a contract that potentially is of that length and not knowing what half our customer base is doing is just ill-advised in my view. So we have to be able to, and I think between now and 2027, this is a new point here, we need to be able to answer long-term questions, and we should need this data, solid data, to know what our trends are, which I'll get to. So just to conclude the basics here, Wheelabrator looks good, recycling is unstable, but everybody's in the same boat, and we're gonna have to take it from DEP and manage as best we can. Other models can work, but it's also possible to screw up. And the choices, rebuilding T station doesn't have a financial justification. If someone has some other justification, fine, but I can't see one. We could consider adding tons if we could make it work. And I think we should license private haulers to understand what's going on townwide. I would say overall our system works well, it's reasonably efficient, gives us choices. It's saving about $750,000 a year versus 100% private curbside. That is the Boylston model. But not that much versus public curbside. If we're probably saving $100,000 to $200,000 versus public curbside, if we were to switch to that, in other words, we need to spend that much more if we went to the Norwell system. And we have a reasonably equitable funding system. It's mostly user supported. It provides some cost benefits to seniors, and it's a tiny portion of the levy. So here's just re-summarizing recommendations. I don't need to go into this. There are other things that could be done, but I'm not suggesting them. You could run a survey. You could do a survey of residents for usage trends, and you could investigate private ownership of the transfer station. We should do that, however, before we get to Wheelabrator renegotiation. All right, I have a few more things I'm going to add. This is not in your packet. I will provide this to you at the end of the meeting through email. I think that the Wheelabrator situation is unusual. I don't know of any contracts we have that have ever been of the duration of this contract as it was. And if they're looking for something like this again, once again will be a very unusual contract. It would implicate 15 to 12 to $30 million over its life. We should look at all options before we sign a contract with Wheelabrator during 2026, which is when the new contract would need to be signed. We should look at all these options, and we need to understand our whole town picture before we're in that negotiation. Because if we know what the trends are in actual usage over the next 5 years, are we seeing a declining base in the transfer station? And what is the tonnage split between, we don't know the tonnage split really between the transfer station and the rest, but we're going to be negotiating tonnage with Wheelabrator. We need to have this data. I think the licensing can get us solid data. Public votes or surveys are just weaker than market data. And we can do some, but there are issues. Surveys, I invite you, are soft data. You don't know who's going to respond. And town meeting, if the Wheelabrator contract is anything like what it's been in the past, we'll need to approve the contract because the limit on contract, last I remember, the limit on contracts approved solely by the Board of Selectmen was 7 or 8 years. There's a very good chance of it being a longer term contract than that, but that vote will be too late for any strategic decisions about what we want to do with respect to trash in the 30-year sort of forward time frame that might be contemplated by a new Wheelabrator contract. So if you're thinking then in terms of renewing the Wheelabrator contract, and again, now I'm moving from the short-term decision viewpoint to a longer term, and it seems like it's far away, but it'll be on you fast. Believe me, you'll be into this and needing to, and you'll be wishing you had done the groundwork and had the data before you. The justification. So you can say, why are we in this business at all? Originally, in the 19th century, it was to get rid of the farm pits and random dumping. And the way to do that was to require proper disposal and make it free. That's why government got involved. It was a public health issue. And that's why boards of health have the tag for regulating this still by statute. But what are the justifications in 2025 when we're going to be signing up for a new contract for Wheelabrator? Well, they really aren't that. That is, because it's probably no longer an issue for a built-out suburb to be worrying about the farm pit, which was what drove public involvement in trash collection in the first place. So what are the 2025 justifications for the town being? Well, one is cost saving of collective purchasing. Norwell saves money compared to Boylston by having one contract for the whole town. And it's probably about a 35% less. Does Boylston see that they're losing money? No, Boylston citizens aren't really aware of it because they aren't thinking about Norwell, but that's the case, in fact. If you want, so there's a cost saving for collective purchasing, and right now the transfer station is operating that way with Wheelabrator. It's saving us money, probably $750,000 today compared to if we switch to a Boylston model. But it's not a guarantee. Sudbury and Wayland have a town involvement, and they're not saving a dime for anybody. It's just another choice that people have to spend a lot of money for over there. There's potentially some equitability justification for town involvement because it's the only way to do cost redistribution if you believe that that's appropriate. Some people believe strongly that that's appropriate, others not so much. But you can't do that if it's all private the way Boylston has it. I would note that sometimes you hear people saying, well, the town needs to be involved because everyone needs trash disposal, but that's not really a compelling reason. I mean, you can think just making a list of things that everyone needs that the town is involved in takes you about 5 seconds: food, shelter, electricity, transportation. It's all mostly private, okay? So just that doesn't mean that the town needs to be involved anymore. In the 19th century, when it was a public health issue, it did imply that because it was the only way to solve the problem, was to make it free, and the farmer couldn't bury it in the backyard anymore. We're past that now. So now the main justification for town involvement potentially is saving money or these other things, but just the fact that everyone needs it doesn't cut it as far as I can see. All right, so here's the question we need to know going forward for the next 5 years. So this is an imaginary graph. This is not real data. This is just what could happen. So if we're looking, if we start negotiating in 2025, shown down at the bottom of this chart here, with Wheelabrator for a contract that needs to be signed in 2026, if our data is that the transfer station currently the number of transfer station customers, that's on the vertical here, we're at 2,450 right now. If it's the blue line, so that it's stable, or the number of transfer station customers is going up, then we want to keep the transfer station and renew Wheelabrator. On the other hand, if we find that over the next 5 years, the number of transfer station customers are going down and the tonnage is shifting to the other carriers, then we probably by 2025 want to be thinking about not getting ourselves into the Sudbury Wayland situation where you're just running an expensive service that nobody uses that costs you a lot of money, and that constantly comes back to the taxpayers for oops. I mean, Wayland in 2020, oops, we're $100,000 out. We need money from the reserve fund. They're only 1 year away from that. They spent $1.4 million of capital improvements on a T station that essentially nobody uses. So we need to watch. So the key point in time where we're forced to make a big decision is the Wheelabrator contract renewal. You could make big decisions right now if you want to. You could do any of those things we talked about before, but we have a real strategic stake in the ground 5-6 years out from now when we have to start negotiating with Wheelabrator, and for all we know, they may want a 30-year agreement. We don't want that if the trends are away from that. If all our newcomers who move into town want private curbside, then that's one picture, and it's all different picture if people still use the T station. So this is sort of, I felt as though we kind of got to square one with respect to the short-term decision. Should we rebuild the transfer station? Should we use some of these pay-as-you-throw, these other sorts of things? But I also felt as though, we needed to begin to think about collecting the information and getting set up so we can negotiate maybe a 25, 30-year contract beginning, say, in 2025. And so that's what this is here about. plan to collect the data, and think that the town needs to make a decision as a town in those years. And, I know, you people have been around doing this as long as I have. We do not have a crisp decision-making system here in town. It can take us years to make a decision. And so if it's looking like we're, that this T-station thing doesn't make sense for another 30 years, because of the trends in the demographics and what people want, then we need to be facing up to that townwide decision in the 2025 time period. That's not that far away. So that's my conclusion. That's it. Questions?
Well, John, you have managed to make trash interesting.
I thought trash was interesting, by the way.
Before we get to questions, the one quick thing I want to do is Karen Galligan is in our audience, and Karen, just on a broadly, do you want to weigh in, particularly with John's conclusions, before we take turns firing some questions at him?
No, I'm good. I don't need to add anything. That's very comprehensive.
Yeah, and Karen, thanks for you may or may not have been on early, but John threw kudos at you, and I'll throw them at you as well. Thanks for helping out on what was an incredibly involved project.
Great. It's been a great team worker on this with me.
All right, terrific.
Thank you.
All right, John, if you want to take down your
Yeah, I don't know what. Yeah, so I take this, close this thing. Oh, I have to. Oh, let's see. Stop share. There we
Stop
go.
share. Yep.
There we
Okay.
go. All right. I am going to start with Mr. Shea, if that's all right, Brian. How's that? Dissect this information for us.
Yeah. Very comprehensive, very thorough. I am pleased with one of the conclusions that, the system that we have isn't really broken.
Right.
It works well. And I think that's a good message to send to people. And I know past boards and this board to an extent has had discussions about, should we make the change to make this self-funded fully? Have the whole operation funded by the stickers? Should it go the other extreme and have it with the levy? And I think there's a lot of good information here to make a strong case for, if it isn't broken right now, don't fix it. But that said, we need to pay attention to that contract renewal that's coming up, just to make sure that we're continuing to provide the right service for people. I think it's definitely interesting. I would be curious to see the trends that you had noted. I know in my neighborhood, it's not a scientific thing, but my observation is I think that there's more of a trend for the curbside than new people coming into town to get stickers. And
I think you're right.
I think that's something that we need to evaluate.
Yeah, that's what I think. I think we need to evaluate it. I mean, the chief in Wayland said to me, every new family moving into Wayland is going with curbside, and it's only the older residents who use the transfer station. And he said, I could save the town a lot of money by closing the transfer station, but we just put $1.4 million into it, and I don't think we can go there.
So Marty, that's really it for me. Again, very, very comprehensive presentation. I don't really have any other questions. And John, I can't, thank you and Karen for putting this effort into to develop this work.
My pleasure.
Mr. Stivers.
I'll echo kudos to John and Karen for the great work. I saw the earlier version of this at the Capital Planning Committee. It gets better every time, John. like a good book. I think there's some important messages here. And again, as John points out, still some data gaps. One of them, I think that it's critically important for us to work with the Board of Health to get the licensing for the commercial haulers squared away, to collect that data, to tee us up to do a better job with the Wheelabrator contract coming up. Second, I think the economics of a high fixed cost operation are important to understand and figure out how to take advantage of. And the point relative to new residents seeming to be more biased toward curbside is interesting, because I don't think we're doing a very targeted or effective job of marketing. I think for me, one of the bottom lines here is that in fact, if we had everybody using the transfer station, everybody would save money, basically, individually. And so I think if we were able to explain to people more actively through communication devices, whether it's mailers with the tax bills or whatever, just reinforcing that, A, your transfer station is working very economically now, and it will work even better the more of us who actually use the transfer station. And each individual has the ability to save money. John, I can't remember the exact numbers, but it was like $275 a piece for people who use the transfer station per year versus $450 or something like that for those who don't. And for some people, that will be a big enough difference. They won't mind paying. But I would bet a fair hunk of money that if you ask people about those numbers in town, there are almost nobody who would actually know what those numbers are and be able to say, wow, there's an opportunity for me to save some money here, even though maybe I'd slightly prefer curbside. If I can save money and I can help the town keep the transfer station operating economically, that's a smart decision for me and for the community. So I think communicating that message is an important one as well. And again, those to me are some of the key follow-up items that we need to do to be prepared to have a good choice at the Wheeler-Bader contract point, as well as collecting information, John, as you're suggesting, from other towns who are going through some of the same process and see what we can learn from others. So again, hugely helpful to get a lot of this data, to put it in the context that generate a few, I think, important observations that people can learn from and operate with. So thank you again.
Ms. Braccio.
Thank you, John. It's nice to see you again, and it was just as wonderful to sit through the presentation as it was with Capital. So thank you very much. And it was nice to see the end bit, so it was a little something new too, new and refreshing at the end. I'm just going to share some of the decisions that the Capital Committee made, if I may, Marty, based on this, that the Capital Committee supported John's recommendation not to reinvest at this time and to redo the transfer station. That was one point. Also, there were some actionable and researchable items that we discussed that we thought might be best suited for other boards and committees. So I know the chair, Mr. Malinowski, is working on a list that he'll be forwarding to you and to Ms. Cook from advisory, just some things that we can work forward on. And it's really not under the purview of the Capital Committee. So that's just a couple updates on that stuff. And again, John, amazing job. Thank you so much.
My pleasure.
Okay, Ms. Malinowski.
Okay, so just one comment. I think people who do curbside are doing it for convenience. I think you can tell that curbside's more expensive than going to the transfer station. So I don't know that marketing it as this is going to help reduce the overall cost is really going to be appealing to people. I think if people were concerned about how much they were paying for getting rid of their trash, then they would go with the cheaper option. That's just my own kind of 2 cents, knowing kind of who on my street is doing curbside versus not. But one question for you, Mr. Butler, and I'm not sure if I missed this in the presentation, but have you done a 10-year look back on the number of transfer station stickers and kind of what the trend has been?
Yeah, we have not, and that is something that became more relevant as I began to look beyond the capital budget question. Okay, so we haven't looked at what it is. It's currently so we need to do that, and we also need to understand the tonnage more accurately than we do. Both of those things. There's a question of town. There's town growth, so we need to have a good, much more solid picture of where the customers have been and are, and what the trends are. Not so much to answer the short-term questions, which were here, but we sure need really solid trend data before someone is considering signing up for a 25 or 30-year contract with Wheelabrator. We just have to have solid data before we go into that.
All right.
I think when we did the contract in the first place in the 1970s with Wheelabrator, essentially 100% of the town was using what was then the town dump. And so we knew what was going on. And of course, the population was a little less than half of what it is now. So, we really need to get solid data going forward on both tonnage and customer count.
Okay. Thank you. And thank you for putting this together.
Sure.
Hey, John, and then we'll let you go. I've just got a couple of questions. Do you have a, my guess is there's not data for it. I'm not quite sure how there would be, but just a sense for what the elasticity is of the transfer sticker price? In
No.
other words, none, and no sense.
Well, I don't. I think if you ask me to guess, I think that it's a sort of prior experience question for newcomers into town. I think the big factor driving change in this is what the Wayland chief put his finger on, which is newcomers into town are typically coming from areas where they had curbside, even if they were maybe some cases apartment dwellers, and that's just what they expect, and so that's what they're going to. And my guess is that dominates the whole picture. And I agree with basically with Chelsea, that as Malinowski, that I'm not sure. I'm not sure. It's possible that some awareness of the transfer station's existence might change it a little, but basically I think it's mostly a prior experience question more than a price question thing. I guess though that if you pushed it up a lot, you would see some movement away from the transfer station. Not 100%. By the way, the Wayland and Sudbury people probably know that they're paying almost what they would pay for between pay as you throw. Their annual costs are almost what they would be for curbside. And but they're down to 15, 20%, of 20% of the users are at the transfer station.
And the licensing data that you described, I think that strikes me as more important for the discussions with Wheelabrator than a longer term decision about whether or not to stick with the transfer station. It sounds like that for sticking with the transfer station, the bottom line number is what that trend line is for users.
Yes, although you see, we used to have a system here up until 2008 in which the private haulers were licensed to use our Wheelabrator contract. In fact, they were required to do so. So what happened prior to 2008 was that if you were a private hauler here in Southborough, you went around, your truck went around and picked up trash, and then it went to Wheelabrator with the trash with a kind of Southborough authorization, and it tipped and got charged to Southborough, okay? And the price for curbside was lower because the curbside pickup operator didn't have to pay out of their own pocket the tipping fee. That was the system until 2008. That was because our contract at that point in time had a mandatory minimums of tons that we had to deliver to Wheelabrator. And in order to meet that, and we were under that system for 30 years, okay? In order to meet that, we needed all the tonnage we could get. So there's no pulling apart the tonnage. So that would be a possibility potentially for us, again, if we could control there was no certainty under the problem we had under the old system pre-2008 was that there was no way to really know that the truck didn't do 3 streets or 4 streets in Ashland before it went and charged the tipping fee to us, okay? So it's possible that one of the things we might want to look into is having a system like the pre-2008 system, but in which the trucks had to be weighed at a weighing scale at our transfer station before they went to Wheelabrator, and they carried with them a chit for 8 tons of trash or whatever, however many, 20 tons, whatever they carry, so that we knew that cheating couldn't occur. Given that we have a low price per ton, that could potentially pay for itself. So unfortunately, in this business, the tonnage and the customer base are wrapped together. It's possible Wheelabrator, for example, if we took, so Medfield is also using Wheelabrator and E.L. Harvey. They have the same suppliers that we do. I'd like to find out when their Wheelabrator contract is up, because I'd like to know what terms Wheelabrator is asking for now. Are they asking for 25 years and a guaranteed minimum? If so, we need to know tonnage, and because so they're tied up in the trash business. Tonnage and customers are tied together inevitably, and you need to understand both.
Okay. All right, listen, I'm going to let you go. The one, I mean, there are a lot of takeaways, but it is of great comfort. If you had asked me before I saw your presentation, and then on tape and then tonight, I would have said that not necessarily that our transfer station trash situation was in crisis, but that, boy, we need to make some decisions. And I would have felt some sense of anxiety or angst about where we currently find ourselves. So, but the data doesn't lie, and
right now it's okay.
Yeah, we're in a good place to build on what you've done, accumulate some additional data, and I think we'll have some good choices in a couple of years about which direction to take. And
yeah,
I
so
thank
now
you
I
for that.
would say, by the way, you as a board need to think about whether you want to make a request to the Board of Health or how you want to proceed with regard to that. They would not, there's a huge number of towns that do licensing. So it's not as though they'd be out, on their own at all. We can look at all the models of what other people are asking for from the licensing information viewpoint. But I don't know. I mean, I think that, if you want the data, I think you're going to need to ask them to do it, I guess.
Yeah. Okay. I'm about to let Mr. Butler go unless something came up in the last 90 seconds or so. John, go have a well-earned glass of wine and a rest.
Yeah, that's a thought.
All right.
Right. See you.
Have a good evening.
Yeah.
The one thing I didn't mention to John was to get his thoughts on whether a marketing campaign built around ask Selectman Stivers a question, whether or not that would drive additional traffic at the transfer station.
I don't think anybody wants to hear from me, but it's an interesting idea. I'm more optimistic than Chelsea is about the opportunity there, I guess.
All right. All right, we are on to reports. All right, I will go first. There are a couple of items in the packet from other towns for entertainment license requests, and that was generated by an inquiry we got from Tomaso's, correct, Vanessa?
Sorry. Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Looking at that, and again, we don't have, the town of South Florida doesn't have an entertainment licensing policy. Tomaso's has made a request for the possibility of doing some outdoor entertainment, pretty low key with a follow-up inquiry. I think it makes sense for us to take a look at what an entertainment licensing policy would look like. I guess I have no idea what Tomaso's plans are, but it's getting colder every night. And I'm not sure how much opportunity, it's going to take us at least a couple of meetings to think about, do some drafts and get down on paper a policy that we could enact. I think that from my view, that's the message we need to send back to them, that it makes sense for us to have something like this. We're going to work on it, but it's not something that they're going to have, certainly at least for a month or so. Does that make sense as a message to send back to them? All right, I see a lot of nods.
Yeah.
Okay. So maybe Vanessa, you've been having the conversations, or Mark has, if you could let them know that, see what the reaction is. We're happy to continue a dialogue. I think in as long as we can deal with neighborhood issues and the like, I think it's a great idea. And I think both Tomaso's and Ola have done well with the outdoor dining, and maybe it's going to be something that they're interested in doing in good weather going forward, as well as some other restaurants. And so we probably should have a policy in place, but I just don't see it happening quickly.
Okay, thank you.
All right, that's on the entertainment request. Department committee liaisons, I'll do this quick. If folks, this was one of our goals. If folks can send me, if there are one or two particular departments that folks would be interested in, and what I will do is I'll put together a draft list and try to be equitable and divide them up, and it's going to be up to individual members of the board about how they carry out their liaison responsibilities. It's going to be a bit of a work in progress, but if you could send me, and hopefully by the October 6th meeting, I'll have at least a draft list of what those liaison assignments might look like. Does that make sense? Okay. Good. And then the final thing is, this is sort of along the lines with that, is the it's not an agenda item. I think I may include it on a going forward basis as an agenda item, and that is the goals. Now, those little check marks on the goals, those are mine from where I think we are. I'm going to keep updating that on a going forward basis and in every one of our packets. If there are things, I'm not aware of everything. So if there are things that any of you have done to either shift something to any of them, to in progress, or something was done in the last, since the last report, or if a particular task has been completed, just shoot me. I don't think we're even coming close to any open meetings. Just shoot me that information, and I'll include that check in the updating the goals. And you know what? Just going through it from my perspective, I found it a very useful tool to see, oh yeah, we have thought about that. We have done something there. There has been a communication. So I hope other folks found it useful as well, and it will continue to be useful going forward.
Marty?
Yeah, Sam.
Can I make a quick comment about that?
Yeah.
I agree. Very helpful, very useful to see the whole thing. It might be interesting to actually expand that a little bit, to add another column with a comment or two about what's going on in those particular areas. My guess is the public might be interested in, rather than just a check mark, a bullet point or two. Here's what we've done there. Here's what's in progress, kind of thing, to give people a little more feeling for the actual activities there, which I think in some areas are pretty significant. So I think that
I'll play around with that. That is not ever going to be more than one page.
I understand.
So
can we do very, very small font?
As I said, I'll play around with it. I think it's a good idea. That's going to require additional information. Again, right. I know what I've done, but I don't know what any of you may be doing in any of those areas. It might get a little bit complicated for that, but
yeah, that doesn't have to be perfect. But I think that would be a very useful communication device. So
yeah, no, I don't disagree.
Thank you.
Okay, that is it for my report. Ms. Braccio.
Thank you. I just wanted to share with the board, and I had also shared this with Mr. Purple. So Holliston has created a Holliston Rent and Relief Program, and it's covered by the CARES Act. And I think this is something that we need to actively pursue. I don't know when the cutoff date is for CARES specifically, but what this program does, you can access it via the Holliston, Town of Holliston.us website and go to Youth and Family Services. They're the ones that administer it. It gives up to 3 months rental or mortgage assistance. And there's an application process that you can fill out online. The amounts available are ranging from $1,200 to $2,000 a month for up to 3 months. So I think this is something, well, we have the CARES Act, we should certainly be pursuing. I think there are a lot of there are people in this town that certainly could use a little bit of relief and a little bit of help during this time. And I would hate for us to miss out on the opportunity to be able to help somebody. So I would just hope that we could direct Mr. Purple to move forward on getting information on this so we don't miss the boat. That's all I
All right.
have.
All right, well said. Ms. Malinowski,
I don't have anything. Thank you.
Mr. Shea.
Give a brief update on the Deerfoot Road extension as a follow-up to our last meeting. I did meet with Karen out at the site last week, the early part of last week. And so Karen explained to me the drainage system that is in place in the roadway that has been newly constructed. Explained to me, and we talked about the next course of pavement that's required as well. So we walked the length of the road along where the development has occurred. And, really just looking at it from the public right-of-way perspective and the work that we can do to help the roadway itself. I guess the approach that I'm taking to this is, looking at below the pavement level. Is the drainage infrastructure has been put in place, is that appropriate? Is that adequate to handle the runoff that is projected from the roadway and from the lots that have been created? One of the things that I specifically asked Karen to look at and have PAR Consulting, our consultant, look at is whether an additional drainage structure is required for the drainage system that actually flows to the north in the roadway. So she reached out to PAR. PAR got back to us today, said that they do not have a final answer yet, but they are still evaluating that. So at this point, it's not determined whether or not our consultant would recommend an additional drainage structure or not. I guess once we have the answer on whether the infrastructure is sufficient, I think then the next step is to have Karen, to have DPW move forward with the final paving, because once we know that we have the right infrastructure in place below the pavement level, we need to make sure that the pavement is placed so that it is graded properly and it channels and funnels all the water to the infrastructure system that we've built. So we're still waiting on that determination from our consultant on whether they think the one additional structure is required. If that is required, there's an additional length of 12-inch pipe that would be required to connect a new catch basin structure to an existing one, and then paving could occur after that. So that's where that stands right now. And once we get a determination from PAR, we'll pass that information along to the board.
Brian, thanks for doing that. I have, and for the Deerfoot folks, obviously this isn't a discussion. This is a report item. But one of the things at our last meeting, Mr. Giblin said he was going to be accomplishing certain things within the next 7 or 10 days. Do you have a sense one way or the other whether or not that has been done? And if you don't, that's fine.
Well, I think one of the things that he had commented on was that he expected the lawn growth at one of the homes to establish within that shortly after the time period that we had. And actually, so I've had a number of visits to Deerfoot Road since this whole issue has arisen, dating back to late last year, early this year. And my visit the middle of last week, Karen and I both noted that the grass growth that has occurred at all the lots on the east side of the roadway is far more established now than it ever has been. So, and one home in particular is not as advanced as the lawns on 2 of the homes, but certainly far, far greater. So I think that's going to go a long way to help to try and minimize the sedimentation that'll occur and that had been occurring in the past. I mean, there's obviously, with, not to get too technical and too engineering on it, but there's the runoff coefficient from a cleared lot there's going to be a higher amount of water that comes down onto the roadway than the wooded lots that existed previously. But I guess it all boils down to the question, you know, recognizing that the development that has occurred, is the infrastructure in place in the roadway sized appropriately to handle the water, yes or no? And if it is yes, then, and at some point in time it'll be yes, then the next step is to make sure that you get that next final course of paving on to make sure that the roadway itself is graded to channel the water to the drainage structures that have been put in place.
Okay, terrific. And again, and I know I saw earlier anyway that there were some Deerfoot residents who were here a couple of weeks ago. We pledged to try to stay as much as we can on top of that. Again, thanks to Mr. Shea. And I expect that we'll be updating at each of our meetings about where things stand and any additional information we've got either from an engineering perspective, from a DPW perspective or otherwise. Again, not a discussion item for tonight though.
Yeah, and just one other minor point. So while we are still waiting for an answer from PAR on the drainage structure, we still do not have a final date set yet for the paving at this point. So Karen is still trying to get that date from the paver.
Okay, Mr. Stivers.
Thank you. A couple of brief points. One, as I'd mentioned previously, I've been following the progress of the golf course, and I saw the recent financial report from them through August, and I'm delighted to observe that the revenues there are about 67% ahead of last year's year-to-date revenues. We've got total so far year-to-date that exceeds revenues for the total year for the prior 2 years. So maybe in a perverse way, COVID is helping us in terms of having people have opportunity to go out and play golf because they seem to be doing very well. And again, I think that's great news for the town in terms of being able to generate revenue off the golf course, to be able maybe to find ways to invest some money in things like irrigation, which I think could help boost revenues even more. So I think qualifies as good news. Second thing is I've had additional conversations with the interested parties about the tree removal policy. And I think that we seem to be headed toward agreement on the basic issues there. DPW, I think, is on board now with a different approach that I think will be very helpful to people. The planning board we're working to get their review and approval of conversations that have gone on. So I think we're closing in on that. And my plan is to be able to have something for this group to look at the next meeting if we've got room on the agenda for it. So again, I think our goal is to find a way to have more hearings where people are going to be interested in communicating, more transparency and advance notice for plans for tree maintenance. And again, everybody seems to be agreed in concept at this point, at least. So I'm cautiously optimistic and more to come.
Great. Thanks.
That's it.
Vanessa, do you have anything from Mark?
Just two quick little things. I just want to thank the residents and our business people. The access to our driveway in front of the town hall has been blocked at different times due to the construction on Main Street. So we thank people for their patience when they're coming to do business at the town hall by appointment or using our green mailbox outside. Also wanted to remind folks, as it gets very close to election day now, there is a blue ballot mailbox right outside the town hall in that driveway area, which is specifically for election related information, or if you're dropping off an early ballot, it's monitored by the clerk's office. So that's all.
Okay. Consent agenda. Item 5, we have A through K, and I will just at the front end. Number 1, I have to recuse from C, which has to do with a bonding issue. Ms. Malinowski, do you have to as well?
I guess I should.
Okay, and we've got 3. Yeah, I'm not sure just because of the nature of the fact that as I'm bonding, but there's 3 other selectmen available, so I'm going to let them deal with it. And I'm going to hold D and E. Anyone else have any other holes? Ms. Braccio? No. Ms. Malinowski?
A and G.
Okay. Mr. Shea
No holds.
and Mr. Stivers.
None, other than the ones previously mentioned.
Okay. So I can't move to approve item C. So can somebody else make a motion to approve B, C, F, H, I, J, and K?
So moved.
Second,
Moved by Ms. Braccio, seconded. No further discussion. Ms. Braccio,
Aye.
Ms. Malinowski,
Abstain.
abstain as to C.
Yes, right?
Yes, but otherwise aye. It was all of them.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Shea,
Aye on all of them.
Mr. Stivers,
aye.
and Mr. Healy is aye on all of them except C, for which I'm recusing as well. All right, Ms. Malinowski, you held A.
I did. So I just wanted to remove one sentence in the scheduled appointment section, page 4. The sentence that starts, Mr. Candela asked what meetings he missed, and Ms. Malinowski stated that in the last 10 meetings, he missed half. That was in relation to the CPC discussion. And I know he asked the question, but I didn't get a chance to answer it. So I think we should just strike, or you can say he asked the question, but I didn't answer the question.
Okay, why don't we just, I will move to approve A with that, the sentence identified by Ms. Malinowski deleted from the minutes.
Second,
No discussion. Ms. Braccio,
Aye.
Ms. Malinowski,
Aye.
Mr. Shea,
Aye.
Mr. Stivers,
aye.
and Mr. Healy is aye. Next up is the policy on complete streets. And I apologize if it was a little bit confusing. There were 5 items that I sent out. One were the 1 and 2 were the Amherst and Lexington policies. Those were 2 very good policies, and I just sent them out as a sort of reference for what I had looked at in trying to come up with a hybrid. 3 and 4 were a redlined version of the hybrid that I did working off of Karen's original that she submitted for our last meeting. And then the 4th item was taking all the redlining out. In other words, Karen's version with my changes to come up with a hybrid model. And then the last one was Mr. Stivers that he had submitted to the Board of Public Works, I think back in January. And then again, I was trying to come to a happy median between what Karen had submitted, what Mr. Stivers had submitted, but also trying to incorporate what I thought were some best practices from 2 very good complete streets policies, one of them from Amherst, the other one from the town of Lexington. So I just want to explain, that's how we got where we are. It was somewhat self-explanatory if you dug down pretty deeply, but I apologize for not making it clearer. So with that, is there any discussion about the complete street policy?
Yes, please, Marty.
Ms. Braccio.
Just, I was going to actually hold this because I just had a question on the Complete Streets Oversight Group. And I'm just kind of confused where we have a Public Works Planning Board, why we're creating an oversight group to work in conjunction. Sorry, on page, sorry.
No, I know exactly. I am completely agnostic about that. I don't care one way. In other words, I don't care one way or the other. It was in most of the other towns, in Mr. Stivers' proposal, in most of the other towns, there was something like that. If there's a comfort level that the Public Works Commission can serve that purpose for the town of Southborough, I'm entirely happy with that. That's the reason I wrote it the way I did, which was that they would work in conjunction with the Public Works Committee.
Okay, I mean, how many people, Marty, did you envision actually being on this as well? I mean, I just worry about volunteers stepping forward anyway, and now we're going to add another oversight committee. I know, golf committee I use as an example, we're down to 2 people on. So, yeah. I mean, I didn't know what you envisioned when you put this in. That's all.
I don't envision, I didn't envision very much. Again, most other towns that have good policies have some sounding board group. And Mr. Stivers had included one specifically in the policy he drafted. And so I was looking for a middle ground. By the same token, if folks are comfortable, at least at the outset, and it can always be revised, with simply leaving it at this point with the Public Works Committee, I'm completely comfortable with that as well. Maybe Mr. Stivers, you could weigh in?
And yeah, as a member of the Public Works Planning Board, I think that's fine. I think the issue is that it needs to be done explicitly, and I think that group certainly could do it. They don't meet too regularly, but I think that would be useful to give them something important to do here.
And Sam, if we find that they aren't meeting or that it's an issue, we can certainly adjust it accordingly.
I think that's
Mr.
simple.
Sorry,
Okay.
I think Mr. Shea wanted to say something.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Brian.
Yeah, and I was just going to say that's one of the comments that I had as well. It'd be my preference to make it the Public Works Planning Board and not create another oversight group. Like in general, I'm not sure how many other towns even have a Public Works Planning Board. So that may be why it's not in other towns' policies. So I would, again, rather than introducing another group or another committee, I would.
Again, I don't have to be
rewrite
convinced.
it to Public Works Planning Board.
You preach to the choir.
We're not overloaded with work at this point on the PWPB, actually.
Ms. Braccio, anything else?
That's it. Thank you.
Ms. Malinowski.
The only other thing I was going to add is that I think from the capital committee perspective, there's oversight on the road work because of their capital expenses. So I think you also have that oversight too. So I'm in agreement to rely on Public Works, Planning Board, and Capital.
Okay. Mr. Shea, you said again a couple of points.
One other comment that I had hits on 3 separate paragraphs.
Okay.
Under vision and purpose, the first paragraph addresses users and then gives a list, but not including but not limited to, and it gives a grouping. And then the next paragraph again talks about users, including but not limited to, and it gives essentially the same but slightly different group. And then under core commitment, it again identifies users and including but not limited to, and again a slightly different listing of groupings in different orders. And I'm wondering if it would make more sense to put in and add a sentence to the preamble where we identify that this is created for all users, including but not limited to, create as comprehensive a listing as we can there, and maybe define it as users in the preamble, and then just refer to them as users thereafter. So we're not continually coming up with that phrase, including but not limited to. It just seems kind of repetitive.
Done.
Yeah, better drafting technique. Good idea.
Yeah, easily done.
Okay. Other than that, I thought it was read great. Great job with it.
Yeah, I agreed.
Sam?
Yep. I'm actually fine, Marty, with what you're proposing here. I'd still, I guess, prefer to have it more expansive in terms of things like more inclusive of needs of the disabled and stormwater management, and explicitly tied to new and revised land use policies, development plans, and so forth, and exemptions, including scenic and historic and environmental features and performance measurement, those kind of things. I think we're moving in the right direction, but I think it's important to get it done. So I'm supportive of what you're proposing here.
Okay, and I will make, those are Scrivener changes that I will make. The one substantive one is taking out the user, but with those 2 changes, two changes. Number 1, eliminating the advisory group and leaving it to Public Works, and number 2, using the user technique that Mr. Shea described. Those changes will be made, and with those changes being made, I'll move that we approve the complete streets policy.
Second.
Ms. Braccio.
Aye.
Ms. Malinowski,
Aye.
Mr. Shea,
Aye.
Mr. Stivers,
Aye.
and Mr. Healy is aye. And thanks, Karen, did a very nice job. And Sam, I tried, the stuff I didn't include of yours is when I couldn't find a policy that already had it.
Okay.
And I just wondered why, and I wasn't going to delve into the research. So we can always revisit it down the line.
I want to get it done, so I'm satisfied. Thank you.
Okay. All right, so that's approved unanimously. Next is the one-day alcohol license applications, and I held this. And I held it for at least 2, maybe 3 reasons. The most important, though, is that I looked at the dates, and pretty much every Sunday in the nice fall season that we have here in New England is blocked out from noon to 6 p.m. at Chestnut Hill. And I just don't have and as a result, I looked back at both the CR and the land management plan, and I was actually surprised. I was looking for the basis for having these sort of events generally, and I couldn't find it. There isn't in the CR, and there isn't in the case management anything about anyone, the trustees or otherwise, being allowed to charge for use of the property. So, and also there is language in both of them that basically says that the taxpayers of Southborough, and they should have this, from dawn to dusk, have unlimited access to the property. And I'm not sure how breaking off some or all of the property on nice autumn Sunday afternoon squares with that language in the CR and the land management plan. So I'm fine approving the one of these license requests for, I think it's October 4th, which is the only one between now and our next meeting on October 6th. But I would like the rest of the board's okay to send a written communication to the trustees asking for what the basis is for them being able to do this. I'm just not sure what it is. And also how it squares with the millions of dollars the town of Southborough paid for basically unlimited access to that property from dawn to dusk. So there are some other reasons as well. I haven't been particularly pleased with some of the communications I've seen between the trustees and the Conservation Commission. I think the Conservation is doing a terrific job, basically holding the trustees' feet to the fire about the town of Southborough's rights for that property, and making sure that rights get eroded gradually, usually not by a sledgehammer. And the Conservation Commission seems concerned about that, as am I. And the final thing is just it kind of has to do with the use as well, and has to do with the parking. Basically, if there's parking being used for these events for which people are paying, what sort of steps are taken to make sure that parking is available for the residents of Southborough who paid a lot of money for a conservation restriction while those things are ongoing, and for access to the property while those things are ongoing. I want answers to those questions. I think the town should want answers to those questions. And again, it was incredibly curious to me that there's nothing in either the CR or the management plan about the sort of uses we're being asked to approve. Doesn't mean we can't do it, but it's curious to me that there's nothing in those plans about either of those things. So that's why I held it.
If I may.
Yeah, Ms. Braccio.
So I've received a few phone calls, and I also, Marty, went back through the CR today. I had actually, I couldn't have said it better. I mean, what you just said is a lot of the comments I've heard from people about the parking and the rights. That was one of the things that is clearly written in the CR, is the right of the taxpayers to be able to use the parking. I know there's concern that there's a sign out that says when the lot's full, not to park on the street, but in my estimation, based on the CR, the lot shouldn't be full for the taxpayers. They spent a lot of money, you know, to have rights on the farm. And I think it is a concern. I mean, if we have to move forward with one of these tonight, my question would be, can we put a condition on it about parking in the trailhead lot that's, you know, that is clearly specified? You know, that was one of the concerns I had.
Well, I
And
guess, Lisa, I'll weigh in there. Certainly we can do that.
yeah, I mean, at the
Yeah.
very least, I mean, but I agree, we need some direction, Marty. And I think the language, and again, whether it's council or where this comes from, I think we really need, before we lose the right. And I think that's the concern from the phone calls I've gotten. It's about losing the rights. Once you give something away, it's hard to get it back. So I think we need to be very careful on this. So again, I completely support what you said. And the only stipulation I might add is if for the 4th, because we won't have an opportunity to discuss it further in advance. If we would put a condition that, you know, the parking stipulated for the CR for the trailhead remains, and again, you know, remains available to the taxpayers of Southborough. So thank you.
Okay. Anyone else?
I agree. I mean, I think that the parking is a critical element, and if we wind up at a position where, you know, town residents get preferred parking, if you will, in the convenient lot, and for events they park in, you know, a more remote lot or whatever, that to me is a direction that makes sense generally if that's where we wind up.
Okay, so I will move to approve the request for October 4th with the conditions that were outlined by Ms. Braccio for parking in, what did you call it, Lisa?
The trailhead, I think that's how it's referenced in the
The
CR.
trailhead lot
Trailhead lot.
be reserved for town residents. That's my
Second.
motion. All right.
Sorry,
Yep.
one question
Gotcha.
on that. So who's gonna monitor, like, the parking?
Well, the people who have requested the license.
You have the
Do
vent
they have
holders.
parking attendants there? Like, I guess, how are we gonna know that preference is given to residents?
Well, we probably won't perfectly, but let's see how it works. Put the condition on, see if they can do it.
Again, here, and this goes back to what I've seen with conservation in some of the conversations they've had with the trustees. I'm more than willing to take on good faith that the trustees will act consistent with our vote and our condition on the license. If it turns out they don't, then we've got bigger issues with the trustees. But it's on them. They're the ones having this event, and they're the ones who have an obligation now to make sure that the preferential parking goes to town residents.
Actually, Marty, I maybe I didn't make myself clear on what I was proposing. So it's
I'm
not
sorry.
preference being given to Southborough people that are attending the event, because if I think it should be preference given to that lot for people that are there to use the trails as the CR is done. If we allow people to park into that lot during events, who's to say I may want to come and go for a walk or, you know, whatever. I don't have the opportunity to because the event has taken use of the parking lot. I think that the CR was clear in what that lot was for. So I would recommend that event parking not be allowed in that lot at all. That lot is for the restriction that was put on for people to use it for the trails or, you know, yeah. So
I'm fine with that.
leave
I'm
it
sorry,
at that.
I misunderstood. I apologize.
Nope, that's fine.
So I will redo my motion that the trailhead parking lot, that the license request for October 4th be approved with the condition that the trailhead parking lot be reserved for non-attendees at the event. Is that what you want, Lisa?
Yeah, that's fine, Marty, along those lines. Yeah.
Okay.
Just so it's available for the use of what the CR was put in place for. So,
Okay.
yes.
I'll second that again.
All right, any additional discussion? Ms. Braccio,
Aye.
Ms. Malinowski,
Aye.
Mr. Shea,
Aye.
Mr. Stivers,
Aye.
and Mr. Healy is aye. It's unanimous. Vanessa, that's approved. Can you make sure that that is communicated to the folks at Chestnut Hill?
Yes, I will. Thank you.
Okay. And Ms. Malinowski, you held G.
Yes, I'm gonna recuse myself from that.
Okay. I'll move to appoint Jason Malinowski and Kathy Cook to Capital Planning School Research Subcommittee.
Second.
No discussion. All in favor. Ms. Braccio.
Aye.
Ms. Malinowski is recused. Mr. Shea.
Aye.
Mr. Stivers.
Aye.
Mr. Healy is aye. It is unanimous with a recusal. And we're on to item 6A, review of next steps for downtown zoning.
Hang on. So,
Lisa, do you
No,
want to address
sorry.
this? I'm sorry. Or do you want me to talk about it?
Either's fine, Marty.
I'll just give a quick, and you may or may not have something to add. And that is, I think folks are aware that I sent an invitation to Mr. Morris, the planning board, for our October 6th meeting. He, on behalf of the entire planning board, responded, said they're all available and will be in attendance for what sounds like it'll be a joint meeting between ourselves and the planning board. I told them our target was to start that portion of the meeting at about 7 o'clock and told them it would probably take an hour or two, although with our track record, I should have said 3 or 4 hours, but hopefully an hour or two. So obviously the Board of Selectmen will be participating. The planning board will be participating. Obviously the economic development folks will be participating. And I was going to, we're obviously after October 6th going to have additional opportunities for input, discussion, et cetera, with various stakeholders. My inclination for October 6th is to let other stakeholders, open space, trails, arts, and the like, aware of the fact that we're having this meeting on October 6th and that there may be the opportunity for input and discussion, but not, I think we're biting off a big chunk of discussion just with the planning board, ourselves, and the EDC. And I don't want to mislead the other stakeholders that there's going to be more of an opportunity for them to weigh in this initial meeting. Is everyone else comfortable with that approach?
Yep, I'd include Shopsy, Marty, as an ultimate contributor.
I'm sorry, obviously, yes. Yep, you're absolutely right. Okay, I will make sure that that communication goes out to the stakeholders, and hopefully a number of them will attend. But I don't want to, again, mislead that it's going to be a discussion that's going to be able to touch base with all of the various stakeholders. Lisa, do you want to add anything in terms of some of the prep that you may be doing for purposes of that meeting?
Nothing really at this point, Marty. I'm waiting on some information. So
okay, fair enough. Okay, so that is hopefully a particularly important meeting towards pushing the downtown initiative forward on October 6th. And thanks to the members of the planning board for, on relatively short notice, making yourselves available. And we're looking forward to it. Next up is a review of the ADA grievance policy. Vanessa, what do we need to do here?
Sure. So this is part of, we are working with CMRPC, the Central Mass Regional Planning Collaborative, on a grant opportunity to do an ADA self-assessment. And one of the requirements of providing information about all our buildings and grounds and so forth is approving an ADA grievance policy.
Okay.
So we are asking the board to adopt that this evening so we can get that over to CMRPC as part of our grant application.
Okay, all right. Thank you for that context. I don't have anything on the policy, seemed relatively straightforward to me. Ms. Braccio?
just one question. I just wondered if the ADA committee has had any input or has seen this policy, Vanessa?
I do not believe they have met recently. I know that Mr. Purple has been communicating with Mr. Sines on the status of the grant application and so forth, but I don't believe they have met to review the policy.
Okay, and can I ask you a couple questions about the policy as well?
Sure.
So under section 4, that the coordinator and is it defined? Did I miss who the ADA coordinator is?
It is Mr. Purple.
Okay, so he is the ADA coordinator.
He is.
Okay. Okay, so my first question would be under section 4, that the coordinator shall contact and or meet with the complainant within 15 days. Is there a reason why we wouldn't want to shorten that? I would imagine if somebody's got a complaint or a grievance about something, 15 days seems a long time to wait to have an initial discussion or
To
any
address
form of
something.
discussion. And
Certainly,
again,
what-
that's my again, the board can give additional feedback if they agree with that or not. I just
I'm
think
sure
15 days
that would be fine if you would like to
Um,
shorten it.
seems a little bit too long on that piece.
So Lisa, was that shortening it to 10 days? Is that what you suggested?
No, actually, I would like to see within 7 days. I mean, if somebody's has enough of a grievance, Marty, I think I
No,
would like
that's
to see
fine. I
within
just-
3 days, but I think seven is fair, you
Okay.
know, half that would be great.
Okay.
7 calendar days, Lisa.
7 calendar days, Sam. Yes, absolutely. I'm just trying to think. I thought I had one other question. Okay. So under section 9, I don't know if I'm reading this wrong, Vanessa. All complaints alleging discrimination on the basis of disability received by the ADA coordinator appeals to the town administrator. Well, isn't the ADA coordinator the town administrator? Am I?
Yeah.
Does that not
he
make?
is.
Okay, so that
So
just was
that-
confusing to me.
That is confusing.
Okay, so if we can somehow clarify that.
Would you like to stipulate someone else in his stead this evening or?
Well, if somebody complains to Mark, who would their appeal be? I mean, the only person above Mark would be someone on the board.
I
Board of
would think the
Selectmen.
board, I
Yeah.
would think
You
the
know?
full Board of Selectmen.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. Just make it the
That
board.
okay?
I mean,
Yeah.
God, hopefully we're not going to have a slew of these.
No, agreed.
Yeah. So, and if there are issues that they're dealt with at the town administrator level, so I don't have a problem with it being the board as the
Okay.
appellate court for
Great, make
for
that
the
edit.
grievance.
Okay, so again, the only other comment I had was I think the ADA committee should comment on this at some point. So, thank you.
I'll contact them tomorrow and see when they can meet next.
Anyone else on the ADA? Yeah, Brian?
My couple comments. So I agree with reaching out to the accessibility committee. So we had included a new charge for the accessibility committee, and which was approved by town meeting this past summer. And one of the items in the accessibility committee allowed itself to be a conduit for the public to raise concerns about accessibilities. And I'm wondering, what's the differentiator between raising a concern to the accessibility committee versus filing a grievance? And how do people in town know the difference between those two?
So there is a complaint form on the town website currently. So, I think that's aside from someone just contacting our office and saying, I have a concern, who can I talk to about this and so forth, there is a complaint form. But I'm just going to take a quick look at it right now. I think it is phrased as a complaint form. So to answer your question, Mr. Shea, I don't know that there is a great distinction right now based in our documents.
Brian, I guess I see the distinction as being the committee. I don't think of as having sort of adjudication responsibilities in terms of resolving the issue. And this process, I think, gives the coordinator or Mark the ability to dispose of the complaint somehow, solve the problem, et cetera. So it seems to me that's maybe a fine distinction, but that's sort of the way I think of it.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know if it was intended this way, but the way I read it was that the ADA committee could almost be like a mediator before you got to the stage of having to file a complaint, and that they could facilitate maybe communication and maybe resolve it without it getting to the level of. I mean, it's similar kind of the way it works in the EEOC world, where you do an informal complaint or allegation, and then there's a next step, which is making it formal.
Okay.
That was my read of it.
Okay.
And it's kind of consistent with what Mr. Stivers was saying in terms of them not having an adjudicatory function.
All right, I'm good. A couple others. I'll try and be quick.
Okay.
In item 2E, it says, if the complaint is regarding the town's website, please also contact the town IT manager. So personally, I think if somebody's going to file a grievance, I think there just ought to be one person that receives that grievance, and that is the ADA coordinator. If the ADA coordinator then needs to take it up with the IT manager, that's the ADA coordinator's responsibility. I don't think it should be put upon the person filing a grievance that they should have to file with the ADA coordinator and the IT manager. So I would tend to lean towards eliminating that section.
Agreed.
I think that's reasonable.
In section 5, the very last sentence, a copy of this correspondence shall be provided to the town administrator. And again, this is the ADA coordinator is going to be providing correspondence to the town administrators, to the same person. And the town's commission on disabilities, should that be the accessibility committee? Is that the proper phrase
Yes.
for that group? So really, I think the last sentence should be a copy of the correspondence shall be provided to the town's accessibility committee.
Committee, okay, thank you.
Yeah, and take out town administrator.
And take
entirely.
out town administrator.
Yeah.
I don't
Yep.
think he needs
Okay.
to copy himself. In section 8, the town administrator or his/her designee shall appeal to the appeal. I think it should be respond to the appeal in writing.
I think that's right.
And again, the last sentence, the last part of that section 8 should be the Southborough Accessibility Committee,
Accessibility, okay.
just so we're consistent with the action from town meeting.
Mhm.
Is the notice of discrimination of rights as part of this as well?
It is, yes.
All right. Just personal preference on my part, if we could just jump to that, the third paragraph.
Mm-hmm.
I get where it finishes with including persons who use wheelchairs. I mean, this applies to any number of people. I don't know why that we would specifically need to call out people who use wheelchairs. I mean, there could be people who use any different thing. I think it
Sure, okay.
must be held in locations that are accessible to persons with disabilities, period. I don't know if we
Period,
need
okay.
to clarify it any further.
Hey, Vanessa, let me ask,
Mm-hmm.
is there in terms of grants or otherwise, is there a deadline looming for having this approved today?
For this one, the deadline is October 9th. So if you want me to clean this up and bring it back to you on October 6th, I think that would be fine.
I think that makes sense, because
Okay.
just the paragraph that Brian was talking about, the appeal paragraph, we've changed the one above, that the appeal isn't going to be to the town administrator, it's going to be to the Board of Selectmen. So there's a few moving parts. I think cleaning
Sure.
it up and having it on for the 6th
Okay,
makes
very
more
good.
sense.
Thank you.
Just
Did you have anything else, Brian?
Just the last paragraph again on that notice of rights. I would just eliminate two persons who use wheelchairs, because it just should be public who are not for locations that are open to the public but are not accessible, period. I don't think we need to give examples and leave other examples out.
You think you have all that, Vanessa?
Yep,
Okay.
I do. Thank you very much. I'll bring this back on the 6th.
Okay. Anything else that anyone has on this before Ms. Malinowski?
Just one question on the note. And I'm not sure if this is part of what Brian was asking, but it says that the complaint should be completed on the website in the complaint form. So how are we going to know if it's a complaint or a grievance? And where
I'm
does that,
not sure, but I can review that with Mark.
okay, and find out, are they directed to the town administrator versus the committee?
Right, okay. I'll check on that.
If it's a complaint, it should go to the committee, right?
Directly to the committee, yes. Yeah.
Do you think that the committee can meet prior to the 6th to review and approve this? I just would hate to approve a policy related to something else.
Exactly. That's what I'm going to ask them to do in the morning because I think that's important.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Sure.
Okay, so that'll be over to October 6th, hopefully for final approval. All right, and the next to the last thing before additional public comment is the National Grid Notice of Vegetation Management. And Mr. Stivers, is this one of the things you are looking at this?
Yes.
Okay, so should we just wrap this discussion of this into the looming discussion at one of our upcoming meetings about the tree policy? What are you calling it?
Tree removal policy, I guess.
Tree removal policy. Okay. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. A couple of quick context points, if I may. One is that there are some interesting issues around what the utilities are required to do relative to this process. And part of the conversation we've been having is with town council about what they can do, can't do, who needs approval for what there. And it's pretty clear that they need to provide these plans. What's not so clear is what detail they need to provide. So for example, this is maintenance of right-of-way, and we are interested in it when that right-of-way crosses a public way. And so they could potentially at least be dealing with a tree removal in their right-of-way, but in the town's public way. And so we're trying to get some resolution around what's available there, what's for us at least. And Ms. Galligan is, I believe, following up on this plan to say, please, National Grid, tell us if there are any trees that are in the public way that would typically be subject to our local policies that you're planning to remove or trim substantially. And I think we need to figure out how to deal with that more effectively going forward. But near term, I think the urgent thing is to figure out, is there an issue here relative to what National Grid is planning to do, where their right-of-way crosses one of our roads. And so we're working on resolving that. And I think that we'll have more to say about that next week or next 2 weeks now. So.
And Sam, the other thing, and one of the reasons I put this on the agenda, and then it just struck me that it dovetailed with your policy. But it's interesting because in this letter they cite to the Code of Massachusetts Regulation,
right.
220 Section
22.
22.
Yep.
Well,
exactly.
as I am wont to do,
Yes.
I look at legal stuff like that.
Yep.
And the interesting thing is that this 30-day notification, and you may already know this,
Yeah.
this 30-day notification was supposed to have been preceded in March
Right.
by an annual notification of what was going to happen.
Exactly.
Now, this being Massachusetts and regulations in Massachusetts, of course, there's nothing in them that indicates what happens if the utility fails to comply with those provisions.
Yeah, exactly. And in fact, there's other, I think, MGL 40A section 15, I think it is, I can't remember precisely, talks about an annual vegetation maintenance plan and a hazard tree plan that the utilities supply if we request them to. We haven't been requesting them to do that. We need to do that. And we need to also, I think, be more rigorous in terms of enforcing this requirement for the advance notice. And you're right, it's not totally clear what happens if they don't, but theoretically, we need to approve these plans. And if they submit a plan that says we're going to remove the 500-year-old oak tree there, and we don't approve it, it's not perfectly clear to me at this point whether that actually has teeth or not, but at least it raises a point and generates public visibility and conversation about it. So that's the kind of stuff that we're trying to talk through in terms of this policy thing. So
all right,
as always, state law is not perfectly consistent or
it is
logical.
not. It is not. Mr. Stivers, though, citing Massachusetts general law to me.
Hey, fantastic.
I love it.
Marty, can I ask a question?
Yeah, Lisa.
So I guess Sam and Marty, I'll both ask you because I also read the regulation and I was a little concerned about the process that was followed. I'm concerned that the 30-day notice that the work could be conducted within 30 days of the date of this letter. So they could start
Friday.
taking down. Yeah, exactly. Is there some position that this board can take that until we further review this or discuss this, we are not in favor of? I just would hate to have trees come down if a process wasn't followed correctly.
Yeah.
And then we're under scrutiny for the trees at this point anyway.
Yeah.
What is your
I don't-
recommendation for the?
Yeah, I don't know technically, Lisa. My sense from talking to Ms. Galligan is that I don't believe she is aware of any major effort that's going to, hit on Friday morning where they're going to roll in with the bulldozers and start whacking trees down necessarily. But I think that, again, she was looking into exactly what's involved. And my expectation is if she finds out something that is, of significance that we should be concerned about, then clearly we want to do what we can to at least get some conversation going. I can follow up with her and ask her if she's found out anything about that, but I'm not sure there's anything we can do at this point relative to this particular issue. But again,
But I think, Sam, that we could, and I will make a motion that we communicate to National Grid that no action be undertaken with respect to
any public
date on the
shade
letter?
tree, any public shade tree, which means a shade tree on a public way.
Yeah.
pending an opportunity for the town of Southborough to respond.
To
Now,
review and
you're
approve.
right. So that's my motion. Let me just put it aside. You're right. It's unclear what we can do to stop anything. It's just the regulation and the law is just not, they're like a lot of regulations. They're just not well coordinated. But I think taking that position would at least put a marker down for us.
Yep, agreed.
So that's my
I
motion.
would second that motion.
Discussion. Ms. Braccio,
Aye.
Ms. Malinowski,
Aye.
Mr. Shea,
Aye.
Mr. Stivers,
Aye.
Mr. Healy is aye. And Vanessa, it's unanimous. I will touch base with you and Mark tomorrow and we'll help with it'll be a short letter. Okay?
Thank you.
All right, I think that gets us through our agenda except for item 7, which is additional our second round of public comment. And I am looking to see if there are any hands raised.
Mr.
Mr. List.
Litt.
Mr. Yeah.
Timothy, are you there?
I think I'm there.
Well,
Yes.
you're there and we can hear you there.
That sounds like a plan.
Wherever you are.
So I wanted to clarify a bit of your discussion on the ADA policy. Two things. The first is, well, in context, I'm the guy who originally drafted the article that was supposed to create the Public Accessibility Committee. That article was one of the ones that was postponed. So while the ADA committee is acting as though it's in effect, technically that hasn't happened quite yet. The second thing I wanted to point out is that when I drafted that, I drafted it allowing for the town administrator to be distinct from the ADA coordinator. At the moment, they happen to be the same because Mark is very interested in the subject, but a future town administrator might not have his interest. So it was structured as, there is an ADA coordinator function, and who you assign it to is a matter of, a vote of the board when you fill that appointment. So I'd be careful about revising the proposed policy to assume that they're always going to be the same.
Okay, that makes sense.
So I think you're
that
going
can be
slightly off the
accomplished.
rails there.
Yeah, I think that could be accomplished with the language that we were thinking about.
Well, you need to
Basically,
decide. I mean, if they're separate people, would an appeal go directly to you, or would it go through the town administrator? I mean, I haven't had a chance to look at this proposed policy. I will do it, when the ADA committee meets. But I just wanted to call your attention to the fact that you can't assume that they are the same person always.
Fair enough. But by the same token, if it turns out, I mean, I'd like to think that the town wouldn't hire a town administrator that wasn't really interested in ADA issues. But if, for instance, that happened, presumably the policy could just be changed to designate someone else other than, in this instance, Mr. Purple to be the person who receives the grievance.
I don't want to, I'm not trying to imply that someone wouldn't be interested, but it's a bandwidth and a priorities issue, right? I mean, Mark has chosen to make it enough of a priority that, he wants this responsibility. Someone else at a different context, at a different time in the town, the town might employ someone to be the coordinator or might have an assistant administrator who has more bandwidth to handle those issues.
Okay, fair enough.
And the only other thing I will not make my usual reminder regarding the public safety building access, but I will be asking you for an update at your next meeting. That's it.
Okay. I don't
Thanks.
see, thanks, Timothy. I don't see any other hands up. Going once, going twice. I move to adjourn.
Second.
Ms. Braccio,
Aye.
Ms. Malinowski,
Aye.
Mr. Shea,
Aye.
Mr. Stivers.
Aye.
I am aye, and good night, everybody.
Good
We're
night,
18
everybody.
minutes ahead of last time. Fantastic. Love it. Moving in the
Good
right
night.
direction. That's a
All
great
right.
trend.
Good night.
Good night.